make a life for myself. bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Charlotte. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I push it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
The day 2 of playoffs has begun. Challengers Northeast is right back on your screens, ready to get going for our next set of matches in the playoffs in the top 8 of the second split of the season. My name is Pavlos, of course. Joined by my side is Summer for a second day in a row. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. We got a streak going on, and yeah, looking really forward to the matches today.
Yeah, I think we were pleasantly surprised by some of the results that we had yesterday, and also coming into today, I just want to see anything but Haven. That's my only thought coming into this one. That's the only manifestation I'm trying to make. But otherwise, the matches that we have, I'm actually super excited to see. We were talking yesterday about what our favorite matches are coming into this quarterfinals, and one of them was obviously seeing Link and Co back on ESC and just being able to see some of the bigger names have another chance, another shot at tier 2.
I wonder if we actually have a counter on the amount of rounds we saw in Haven yesterday. It felt like we were living there. It
68.
felt like, you know, we could probably like put a bed in there somewhere, find a room to get nice and comfy, a sofa here or there. I mean, look, it was good times, but also very long. And look, today we're looking to see if the teams that we have in store for us have got that same type of performance in them, right? See if they've actually got that same type of fight that we saw yesterday, as the teams didn't want to let go of their matches, didn't want to let go at all. So yeah, let's have a look at what's happened so far. Obviously, we want to make sure you know, get a bit of an idea of what's happened in the main Swiss stage. We are seeing some teams new into the playoffs, teams you wouldn't expect. I think Go Next is definitely a favorite coming in here. They were the finalists of last split, but shouting out, you know, in my brain are teams like BitFix Gaming and Pixel Lumina. They've done great to get here.
Yeah, especially, yeah, of course, especially when you're looking at what those teams had done previously, right? Same goes for ESC, you can put them in the mix, right? In that sort of conversation as well, in the sense of they're not necessarily the names that we were seeing make it far into playoffs or even make it to playoffs last split, right? So it's nice to see them improving from split to split. Sure, some teams have had a couple of changes and a couple of whole revamps, but it matters that they are here now in the playoffs.
Indeed, indeed. It matters that they're in the playoffs. But what's also very interesting is that we don't only see new teams make it into the playoff side of things, we also see new players popping off when it comes to these early stages of the tournament. Let's have a look at the top 5 performing players in the Upper Swiss so far. And some of these will surprise you. Sure, 1-0 hasn't managed to get through with their tier list. That is unfortunate. He's topped the charts, #1 in ACS. But then you've got Razis, who we'll be seeing today with BitFix Gaming. We'll see Maniac with Pixel Lumina. And sure, yes, he's a legend of the game. We expect him to be here. And then you've got Chazo that we got to see a little bit of on Bonk yesterday. But the fact that Razis, Maniac are topping the charts already from the league overall, it's just nuts to me.
Yeah, definitely. And sure, I'm glad that you kind of had that little bit of hype around Maniac, right? Because I'm so excited to see him today, because he generally was such a titan in the Upper Swiss matches that unfortunately we weren't able to broadcast. But if you were there watching them, you know how much impact this guy had.
Indeed. A lot of hype there. But I want to have a look as well of what has happened yesterday, right? Where we are in the bracket. Because, look, we've already seen some of the first teams compete. We've kind of figured out, okay, there's something a little bit extra about Enterprise, albeit close game with Sweet and Sour. Went to 3 maps with Bonk, sorry. But when you talk about close games, you've got to look at Sweet and Sour versus Zero Tenacity. The amount of rounds played on that series is, I don't know, a fever dream at this point.
Yeah, and you were talking earlier about the fact that because of how many rounds we got to see so much from these teams, and I think it's something that just makes us more excited to see what they can do. Obviously, some go into the low bracket, unfortunately, but what kind of performances we can see from these teams as they go further and further on in this playoffs.
Indeed. A lot of really highlight-worthy moments all across the board. But what we are here for is today's matches. First up, we do have ourselves a lovely match with GoNext versus Pixel Lumina. And look, GoNext were the finalists, definitely heavy favorites here. And now the team that beat them in the final mark to be the champions of this league were Team Liquid Academy. And they're no longer in the Swiss stage. Well, Pixel Lumina here to try and see what they can do, you know. They've completely showed up since the previous split, bringing in even better results. You've parted ways with your IGL, completely fundamentally changed how you play, and they've instantly seen the the outcome.
Yeah, and especially since, sure, they're coming in that 3-2 bracket, right? They're not the ones that had the easiest time coming through into this upper Swiss. But if you remember back to the lower Swiss, they were sailing through that, right? So they have gotten to the point where it's a little bit harder of opposition, but they managed to overcome those sort of challenges and hurdles that were put in their way. And GoNext just seems to be the next hurdle for them. And admittedly, is probably a high jump at this point, but at the same time, there's a possibility, right?
Well, there's 2 other newcomers to this playoff stage, and that's Bitfix Gaming and ESC. Obviously, both of them have got some changes. I think ESC is the most promising one out of the 2 when you look at the caliber of players all across the board. Bitfix, you know, on the newest side of things that we did see earlier on in the graphic of the top 5 players performing, you did have some players showing up there as well. So some promise, and like we said, it feels like this is the most competitive league we've ever had here at Challengers Northeast. And look, I'm taking into consideration the previous leagues of Challengers North and Challengers East. I don't think we've ever had as solid and close performing matches all across the board. But let's introduce that first matchup, shall we, Summer? Let's bring up Enterprise, GoNext versus Pixel Lumina to get things going.
Yeah, GoNext Pixel Lumina is going to be my match of today, in particular, just to seeing what we can actually get from these 2 teams. Like I said, it's the hurdle to see if that is something that these 2 teams can jump over. But for GoNext, I think this is just a stepping stone to them to reach that finals again, like you were mentioning. Indeed.
Let's have a look at the roster. We knew that GoNext is going to be kind of that young potential firepower. I'm really glad they got picked up by the Squawk to begin with, right? They weren't GoNext and in the previous split there was Shaq Matt, and now having the chance to join an organization that was at the top of Challengers East last year, it gives them some extra support, if you will, some extra backing in situations like this. It gets stress off your shoulders that you're not skipping school, you're not skipping work, you're here because you've got support around you, and it makes sense that you've got an org that looks after you while you have your full focus onto playing this game. So we might be seeing a level up from them, but for GoNext, this is brilliant stuff shown as of now. 3 wins in the main Swiss to nothing, an improvement from the previous splits where they had 1 loss there, and definitely looking to continue an upper bracket run, something like they did the previous time. They didn't lose a match, a series, until that grand final against Team Liquid Academy, which look, maybe now they've got a chance to make it work, given that Team Liquid Academy aren't in playoffs.
True, and especially since they've actually only managed to lose 1 map to get here, right? So there's a lot of things going in favor of them, but let's see who they're actually going to be up against, right? They're going up against Pixel Lumina. We can't talk about a Polish derby of GoNext without mentioning Pixel Lumina in the mix here, and in particular, just looking at the style of play that they're bringing into this, right? I'm loving how well the meshing of the Initiator and Duelist are coming into some of the matches that they've played recently, although there has been a couple of highlight moments from everyone across the board, just specifically looking over towards Simply and also Maniac on the do list.
Oh yeah, a lot of challenges experience on Maniac overall. A lot of challenges experience from all of these players on the most part, right? Been on a number of different projects, but have never ultimately been able to cross that big finish line that is Ascension, which is what they're all battling for. Sure, you've got some attendees of that very prestigious tournaments, but never really the biggest contenders around. So they're looking to get themselves there again, and the best step to do that is to get a top 4 here at Challengers Northeast. By getting that, they'll get to qualify to Challengers EMEA, rack up those Ascension points, and potentially have a chance to play in Ascension further down the line. We know that things did not go well for the 4 teams that we sent in the previous Challengers EMEA, so there is a strong chance that even if any team makes it to playoffs in Challengers EMEA Split 2, they'll already be ahead of the pack from this region. But you had a small comparison to make for this matchup, haven't you, Summer? There's 2 players you'd like to keep an eye out on?
Yeah, and talking about the fact that Pixelumina are going to be coming into this as the underdogs, and I've mentioned how great the duelist and the initiator meshing is and how that can be great as a spearhead, but I want to look at specifically the Sentinel players. They're talking about the extremities and the lurks over the comparison of Chris versus Laser, because Chris has been consistent on this throughout the upper bracket, has been consistent on the first bloods, on the entries, and keeping the first death relatively low in comparison, right, to Laser, who has been struggling, I think it's fair to say, in the last few recent matches that they've had. And I think, should he get an opportunity now to have a little bit of a redemption arc coming into this
to get round number 1.
Yeah, man, I denied the ace, but what better way to start coming into this, right? I think it's safe to say they are the underdogs, right, in this matchup. Pixelumina are not expected necessarily to overall beat Go Next in this series, but being able to start her off, give up a good fight just in the pistol already, getting the Outlaw as well coming out into round 2. Good opportunity to start building some momentum, and also the economy for this one if they can save a lot of these weapons, because Guardians and Outlaws can be scary in round 3.
Indeed it can. We've seen a few moments already yesterday where Sheriffs can completely change the tide of the game, and then we see the opposing team doing exactly the same thing, so it's as if it never happened. Funny how that works.
Well, what? Go Next are trying to make a move as a hit over towards B.
But it seems Almo's there as a supporting factor. So Manic is able to overstay his welcome, to be honest. He survived for a little bit too long. But Go Next are struggling to keep their players alive. Sure, they've done damage. One more pickup wouldn't be too bad, but the Guardian upgrade, Outlaw in the hands of Chris, makes things doable, especially with that pickup. Not bad. Chris doubles down. Oh, dear me. Oh, no. Simply, can you recover this for your team? Can you avert the crisis? Not breaking the recon there was an issue. Simply, that is nuts. Chris, though, the Outlaw is all he needs. Thrifty from the get-go. Not too shabby for Pixelumina.
This is a much better trajectory.
Well, no, that is super shabby for Pixelumina. They lost the second round, Pavlos. It's not too shabby for Go Next. They're the ones who managed to sweep the rug from under Pixelumina, right? Yeah. Off the back of the pickup from the Outlaw and the Guardian, but still, it's Classics that are getting those kills, allowing for those upgrades. And I was going to make the point of, in the matchup that we saw Pixel Lumina against Metasport, with it came to this 14-12 overtime situation on Icebox, just to get them out of the elimination stage into the qualification matchups. The operator was a big factor, and the fact that the Outlaw was not able to sing true in second round is a little bit scary for the future of this map.
It is. It is. It's a bit of intent here for GoNext that, you know, fear us in all moments, no matter what.
Spike planted.
So Pixel Lumina respecting the presence. They've got to, but at least they've got the blades to work around with. Yeah, not if you're the first one to walk out there. Will be a sacrificial lamb, and you won't be getting any results out of that either. Chester looking to go ever forwards. Demek to the shorty double pump into Styx' position. And there you go, GoNext with a lead.
The side of Pixel Lumina, you're hoping they can shake off the last couple of rounds, come into this with a whole new ideal of the fact that this is the rifle round. The only thing they have to keep in the back of their mind is because of the economy situation, they have got majority half shields, and Chris is not going to let go of that Outlaw anytime soon because of this money situation. And especially looking if we get further and further in, Pixel Lumina need to make sure these kills are clean. Well,
instead it's the opposite. It's GoNext that end up with a clean pick. Styx, this is aggressive, pays off. That's a lot of information as well, but they know where the spike is.
Is easily recoverable though, especially if Pixel Lumina don't want to sit around and hang around a little bit too long because they don't necessarily have the numbers to combat in situations like that. Don't want to get util dumped into the corner by stuns from Demek or by mollies from Neffy. So they're going to be playing further into that backside, and with the support coming in from Laser, gonna contest this A site hit.
Indeed. This time Pixel Lumina not playing for the retake, want to hold the site already. 2 players back site, 1 above, 1 low. But approaching the 45-second mark, the pressure starts to mount here for GoNext. You've got to try to pull the trigger on the decision. Styx goes a bit aggressive, quick reaction onto Demek. Simply also gets his job done, doubles down as well. GoNext in trouble here. They started off getting the first pick, but it doesn't end up working out in their favor. Neffy has to drop back, concede the round as in its entirety as Pixel Lumina steal this one away.
Yeah, it's nice mid-round from Pixel Lumina as well because they're happy to leave Almo solo towards B with the Killjoy utility up in mid. They're able to stack 3 players over towards that A site with Laser over towards screens. You have Styx in simply taking those aggressive peeks as well to disrupt the site hit from GoNext as it starts to come through. So there's no sort of perch for GoNext as they get closer up onto that site to be able to pivot off or to realistically play for double peaks or anything like that. It comes down to aggro peaks from Pixel Lumina players to disrupt them in the entirety, and especially after Maniac goes down without seeing anyone at the start of the round just because of a wallbang into the zip nest. Obviously GoNext trying to deny that positioning, but it was a good answer back from Pixel Lumina.
I'm out of here.
Styx, again, very far forwards. No way you expect something like this two turns in a row, and you've got the assistance from the high ground. Maniac can't quite get the pickup. Do you expect Styx to still be around? He does take a couple of steps back.
This should not be any sort of sense of comfortability for GoNext, especially with that smoke. They're going to expect a peek coming through.
Styx? He's really trying to get something out of this. Squeeze liquid out of stone, but doesn't quite work in his favor. At least he's not traded, right? At least he's not taken down. Drone revealing where he stands. Some great information there for GoNext. The shot that landing superbly on Chris's head. Brilliant. Armageddon, though, is going to cause a lot of trouble to the defensive lines of Pixel Lumina on this A site. Demek is the only one to get a pickup, and he's doing superbly, cleaning everybody up. That's good stuff for GoNext. You lose 1 round, but quickly find an answer.
Killjoy utility obviously being down, same as Chris. They're going to start looking towards this flank position. You can already see Neffy considering it. So everything's covered right now from Go Next. And for the side of Almo, this is going to be so hard to dismantle because as soon as Neffy or Kozak falls, whoever's going to be spotted out first, there's going to be a reaction from the rest of the players.
Yeah, you can either choose not to peek it, you can choose to peek 3 simultaneously from different positions or elevations. There's so many ways that just allows Go Next to come out on top here, or can just leave the site entirely because Almo is most likely not going to walk in. I love the fact that you also use the guided salvos to disallow Almo from escaping, but he's got some room to work with. He knows he's being chased after, so he's being diligent, saving the rifle. But Go Next maintain the lead.
Pix and Lumina are so happy to be aggro over towards A and fall long on the longer side of things, right? You were talking about Sticks in the last round and expecting him to stick around so long, true to his name realistically, but it's more of the constant pressure for Go Next is they have to clear out these positions over towards A because they're not doing anything towards mid, at least in the early parts of this half.
Pixelumina, though, they're doing a lot at the beginning. Although it comes with the trade, it comes with a caveat. As Almo gets picked up towards the other side of the map, Go Next are going to completely lip on the opportunity to move towards B.
Toxin screen down.
Manic is going to be here on time, especially if he pops over towards top side, spotted out early on, forces the lockdown coming in from Chris, because it's going to have to be repositioned sooner rather than later.
But it provides the space you'd want. Provides all the room you'd require. Maniac, as soon as he gets given an opening, he's Moses. Walks directly through, creates the space for him.
This is going to be hard to dismantle though, with the fact that Pixelumina that Chris has that operator to hold down those longer angles, especially when they're talking about the crosses over onto yellow. There it is, the first one comes through.
It's already a good start for Go Next. They can just hold this one down. The overdrive creates some fear into Pixelumina. There's no way they're not shaking at the moment. But they most certainly aren't. They're very cautious about this, but also very successful with their pickups. Chris, though, has got the perfect angle for this one. It's the full ace for Chris as he upgrades to a Phantom and gets himself the win for Go Next.
One by one, even picking up the Phantom to secure the last. Showboating realistically coming through from Chris there. Yes, the spike down, happy with the operator on attack on the Killjoy, and genuinely gets the first kill obviously onto Manic as they start to come through, but it's more of denying the spike being diffused over and over again, and that none of the Pixelumina players were taking the initiative to push this player on yellow, so he was so happy and comfortable to sit in that position, and obviously with the operator you can peek, you can get yours, and then get back to safety relatively quickly.
I'm glad you can't hear it from my microphone, but there's chaos going on outside. Cats screaming. I feel like it's a turf war going out there. Damn, it's crazy.
They're revolting.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Could be breeding season. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of noises, and it's all from cats. Oh my God, they're fighting now. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you can't hear it. Time out for Pixelumina back in the game.
Like
it's hard to focus when there's so much going on. Yeah, crazy.
An early timeout from Pixelumina makes a lot of sense, right? They were able to win the pistol, they lose the follow-up, they get a round win, missed the ones that are going next were able to put up on the board, but it's simply not enough, especially when you're talking about they have a hero rifle coming in from Maniac now, in a good position to do something with it.
Great pickup from Maniac, although he's not able to escape with his life. The Vandal is recovered. That's important. Being able to keep that alive gives Pixelumina a chance.
Still, they're scaling up.
Almo wants to go for an extra pick. Demek retrieves it, and no longer having that Vandal available and the numbers disadvantage, that's going to hurt Pixelumina's chances.
It's coming into a stalemate here. Neither Pixelumina wants to realistically get that Vandal back, but because of the position it is, it's sort of no man's land. If you try and attempt to cross, you're going to be absolutely decimated by the flurry of Go Next players that are in the vicinity.
Now, Go Next did win a pistol round earlier. If Pixelumina can replicate something like that, we're in for a treat this game.
But the issue is, A is free. A has been under control of Chris for some time, and especially with taking this aggro position over towards Heaven and over towards Rafters, he should be able to either get a kill into spawn or get an unsuspecting kill onto Sticks here.
Done.
Yeah. Doubles down though, so hands a rifle over 2v3. I wonder if they can make something work out of this. Rifle only just picked up. Shocked that don't exactly land where they would have liked. Recon, again, not broken. We've seen a couple of those be troubling for each of the teams, but instead, Go Next are able to close down on the right position. All of them looking directly at their opponents, shooting them down, and Go Next continue to grow up that lead.
And that was something that I was highlighting before we got into the game, of talking about the extremities and how well Cruz has been. Not only, well, I think he's just perfectly explained my point in the last 2 rounds. One, he gets an ace with the operator and the phantom towards the end, and then in this one he also shows how well he is at being able to find those gaps in the defenses, of using his team on the other side of the map as that push and pull.
Indeed. Chester with the first pick, though. That's going to make this defensive line towards the A site difficult. Sticks called to action. He thought it was a high-pressure situation. He knew he had to step up to the occasion. Does not exactly go as he likes, though Laser at least keeps himself alive in the mid-opening. But no, Chris being a menace adds extra layers to Go Next attack, making this ever treacherous for the Pixelumina side.
No opportunity either to go back for into this round, go and attempt for a retake, because currently the money for Pixelumina is not great. The rounds going on the board also is not great, right? And so Go Next are really just stretching their legs in this matchup. It's reminiscent, right, of what we saw when we were seeing Go Next versus Formulation, right, on Split at the very start. There's a couple of pistols, couple of rounds that don't necessarily go their favor, but as soon as they start to get a good read on their opponents, it feels like the door has been slammed in their face, right, of Pixelumina, time and time again now.
That zoom up into the eggs there, it just made me think, those eggs are massive, but that was just because you had the close angle to it. Sorry, sidetracked. Back to the game. Pixelumina, can they get this win here? Otherwise, I feel like they don't win this, they completely fall out of control.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. Guys, make sure to get your protein as well. Just showing those eggs. It'll make you big and strong and a better Valorant player, I promise. But Bladestorm's out for Maniac, also having a lot of residual catch. We could be seeing an operator come out soon. An aggro position over towards A.
I like this from Maniac. He's been silent about it. I don't think Go Next have the right idea. They can consider it. No longer has the availability to dash. So this would be a suicide mission if he goes all in. Gets one, gets away. Cloudburst conceal his position. Demek trying to see if he can punish as he jumps above. Maniac expects it, but not good enough to find the headshot. A 4v4 currently. But again, Sticks nearby, making sure that Go Next don't over-aggress.
Yeah, but the only issue with over-aggression is Nephew's starting to walk through mid, goes straight into the crosshair of Almo, not expecting the player to be over towards Pala. So an opportunity now for Pixelumina. They have the advantage in numbers and even extending it so.
It's brilliant. Simply is able to walk in on time. Spots Demek taking up the high ground, quick to read the position. And Go Next struggling to find the gap, struggling to break that crack and create an opening for themselves.
30 seconds left.
And with 30 seconds left, it's not like they're really given any chances to find anything. Pixelumina not giving them any opportunities, let alone Snakebites keep being dropped to their feet, blocking their entrances. How much can you really find here? Sticks to back of sight will be such a menace. Even if you try to place that spike down into the smoke, bullets will fly in your direction. Hot lead will make sure you are no longer with us in this round. Therefore, 4 still alive for Pixelumina by the end of a round that they do win.
And specifically Maniac here, right, being able to get over into this nest position, you can see in the replay, it's good for one, sure, but it's more of the fact that so many times on this defensive A push from Pixel Lumina, he's been getting shut down so early on, whether it's from the wallbang spray down from GoNext without even seeing or having any sort of cue that that's what he's attempting, right? But as soon as he does get into that position, goes overlooked, manages to get one, and also enables his team to be able to pick up kills and damage from around him, that when it does come to that site hit, they have the advantage, and GoNext have a lack of utility that they're wanting to use to get out onto the site.
GoNext a little bit more quiet this time around. They haven't, as a 5-man, opted for this B site too often either. And it's not like Pixel Lumina are poking and prodding on this side of the map.
Well, this would be a little bit of a bump in the road for GoNext if they are wanting to go out onto B, because you can see Almo toying with the idea as soon as any sort of information, as soon as that alarm bot is going to be destroyed, that ult is going to go out.
And that's exactly what happens. But GoNext don't slow down a bit. In the contrary, Chester has gone very far forwards here into the Viper's pit himself, and Almos that was there and ready with a shorty now wants to go all the way around. This is smart. Walks in again, but he switched positions with his opponent. Oh no! They both got the turn backs to each other. Almo drops to the Viper's pit is no more, creating openings for Pixel Lumina here. Hunter's Fury to deny the spike plant, but Laser drops in the process. Oh no. Kozak is tagged, but he does have the space to put the spike in the ground. Maniac misses that shot, meaning GoNext still have a chance. GoNext lacking the numbers, and the fact that Kozak is being chipped at makes him so damn dangerous. Kriz trying to close down the gap there and see if he can make some heroics work of his own. But no, instead Pixel Lumina retake and gather up more damage on this defensive side.
Yeah, don't want to give him an opportunity to play players plan over towards Yellow with that operator again and again. So we saw how fruitful it was last time. So thankfully Six was still alive and close enough in proximity to put that smoke down, forces the switch over in weaponry and to take the engagement to the Pixel Lumina players inside the smoke towards that spike. Denies any opportunity of a clutch, or of another clutch, should I say, from Kriz for the side of GoNext. And there's a little bit of an answer back now. A couple of rounds tied together for Pixel Lumina.
Oh, Sticks has spotted out. Early presence. Early pressure from GoNext. We know that they can get quite pacey with the combat they have. But Pixel Lumina have had the answers a lot of the times. This lockdown, though, not one that you could quite deal with. Sticks is a little bit overzealous. We're trying to get the pickup there, possibly to be locked down, but he will have the reinforcements of his teammates to keep him alive as GoNext take full control of the backside as well. Demek, overdrive in hand, wants to go aggro, but his team holds him back.
Yeah, Six is an absolute maniac, right? Sticking around all the time and coming for the retake. You have the opposition Killjoy lockdown. It has to be fought forward.
They have to, or they can fall back entirely, and that's where Almo is waiting. Demek attempts to go for an aggressive play, only finds one. When will they figure out that Almo's lurking behind them? They have. Kozak turns around in a spare moment and gets the pickup. Six is able to be brought back to life. Can he find a pick to keep him there? No, he cannot. Instead, GoNext are able to win on all fronts, not dropping a player through the process. Kriz with a triple kill. A highlight reel accumulated by him this game so far. GoNext on 7.
I hope you guys have seen the replay, right? The lockdown coming in from Laser is the default position that you're going to be putting it in, fine, but it's more from Neffy, the ultimate that he was able to get back in just as that time where it was starting to tick down, and keeping that ultimate up makes a world of difference for Pixel Lumina on that retake, because sightlines are denied, obviously HP bars are draining as well, and it just makes it all that easier for GoNext to pick up those kills with inside that Viper's pit.
Oh, Demek. Nice stuff. Neffy as well. Pixel Lumina haven't been able to shoot back. They've been instantly caught off. GoNext have got a bravado about this round. Fully go in, guns blazing, and they take no prisoners. This is some extremely impressive things shown here by GoNext, and it's the exact way you'd want to close down the half, not only with explosive rounds, but with double the amount of rounds collected than your opponents have. Can Pixelumina catch up? This is their own map pick, remember, but they've only got just a few rounds to see if they can actually do that. Well, that has been a pretty damn good half for GoNext, especially considering that Pixelumina selected this map as their own, where they believed they could get an early lead on this series. Well, GoNext, the finalists of the previous split, are going to not make that easy for them.
Especially since Pixelumina, they were thriving on the defense in the previous matches and have been dismantled by the double dueler setup that GoNext are running.
Well, that's going to be a bit of an explosive play here from Pixelumina. Mania gets caught, but at least he gets one before he drops. They pull the brakes as the toxic screen does stop them from aggressing, and it buys time for Chris to go all the way around and catch two off guard. That's a triple already. Chris continues the pressure from the previous half. Laser doubles down though, wants to show that he's the superior killjoy in this game. But Neff is the only one remaining now for GoNext. The thing is, Pixelumina don't know where he is.
Yeah, it's got to be some sort of warning signals, especially with Almo having that deep position over towards CT. So if you might have an opportunity to get an isolated kill onto Laser here. Oh, and he spotted into screens.
This brilliant information. The thing is, the spike is still planted for Almo. There goes Neffy, finds a double up as well. Brilliant stuff for GoNext, converting it right back in their favor, even when Pixelumina had their number.
Oh, it feels like just another nail in the coffin before GoNext. Oh, before Pixelumina, that GoNext is put in there, I guess. But it's more of the fact that, again, they had such a great start. Well, not necessarily start, mid to end round. But the issue is, it's just this. His little butt gets spotted as he tries to pass deeper into screens, gets the first, follows up onto the second. I'm sure pistol split, but like...
Yeah. It's dangerous playing up against teams like GoNext, right? All the individual can pop off in any sort of moment, any given time. You just never know what to expect.
Well, I don't think they're going to be expecting Arena popped up onto the top of screens, although I say that.
You might not expect it, but you know how to deal with it. I guess that's the way it goes here. Chris able to find some answers, but not too bad that Pixelumina get the spike plant. Now they can be happy they've got an extra orb in, some extra credits. How many more kills can they find? Can they make this a disrupting round for their opponents? That's all they can hope for. Not when Demic has decided to put his Ferrari shoes on. Runs in. Completely storms over every single one. He just runs them down. Brilliantly done here for Go Next, and they do mitigate any more damage.
Yeah, it's nice to see as well that Chris was holding that player in over towards Hell here with that Marshall on the angle. You wait for Demic to come in with the stun, with the run up, with the follow up, with the judge as well, and then that's when the retake starts to happen because they have a guaranteed position there, and realistically it is a guaranteed kill, right? You're stunned up, you have a judge flying at you with a neon holding it. Like, that is an impossible situation realistically, unless you're hitting that amazing sheriff shot to follow it on. So they wait for the guaranteed kill, and then they start to go piece by piece, clearing out the rest of the site, clearing out, and then towards elbow and being able to get that spike done.
Pixelumina this time split up. We've got two players looking at go for a deep exploration towards B. Neffy asks for reinforcements. And that's when Chris will look to arrive. Is that enough to draw extra rotations over? It might be. You can see Go Next thinking about spending a third player here. Kozak is on the move now.
But Kozak should have droned out the two players over towards A, so that he has information that they are still lingering players. It's just more of the end game from Pixelumina. Now we can see, obviously, they're starting to shift over towards B, and with Kozak playing that mid position, he's ready to help either side with those guided salvos.
Neffy walks through with a toxic screen. That wasn't the wisest of ideas. Maniac is able to get himself the favorable trade there. Pixelumina, free entry to the B site, free plant. Don't lose a player. Brilliant start.
Let's see what Go Next have for this retake. They had a nice one in the previous. Sure, there was a weapons advantage. Now they're in the disadvantage. They need to be isolating these kills.
Will they be able to do that? Almo in trouble. Oh, great stun. Demic runs him down yet again. Carries on that pace from the previous round. Kozak also doing mad work from with the Guardian. Manic trying to save the day here, but it's a bit too panicky, a bit too difficult to deal with. Demic has got the diffuse halfway. Both remaining players are ever so low. Make it one remaining player. Deals with laser easily. That was no issue to Demic.
It's so clean. Sure, you talk about cool, like he's hit his shots, but it's more of the utility, right? I was talking about in the previous one where they had the player stuck backside on A. You get the stun coming in. Well, to be fair, that was Demic's own stun, but this time it's Kozak now helping with the stun. In the nick of timing for the peak from Demic is all perfectly timed. Gets that kill, gets the upgrade, and then also just follows it on with the rest of the utility that we see coming in from these players, the flashes and just the follow-up. And you could even see from the side of Pixelumina Sticks trying to put that smoke just behind the spike, so you could see, you could start to spam, but the only issue is Demic is ahead and fighting.
I mean, we instantly see special delivery doing its job there from Kozak. You often, you don't often praise that as the best piece of utility for Teo, right? Often you kind of say guided salvos have changed the game a lot. The way you can clear out a lot of positions, flush players out into where you want them to. That's where the real strength lies with Teo. And the Armageddon as well is a big one. The special delivery showing why it's such an important piece of the kit.
And it's like getting the best of your utility, right? And every single bit of your kit is so important if you can use it in the right place. And that's what we saw Pixelumina trying to do, especially with the smokes coming in from Sticks on the Clove on the defensive aggro take A. But the only issue is Go Next just won out those engagements more often than not. We're able to isolate those aggressive peaks. And now they're going to put their best foot forward to do the exact same of the aggressive fights over towards A.
Indeed, Pixelumina are able to find a quick answer, but the fact that Go Next overwhelm with numbers get the better off that trade.
An opportunity still, the Sticks is going to be able to use from the back lines the opportunities to use that, but Sass is not going to matter because he's ahead of any sort of utility.
And Laser's asked to do it all by himself. Doesn't get the chance to do it. Kozak, great pickup. And look, this round started with a complete flood from Go Next. It took Pixelumina so off guard, it just put them in pole from the get-go.
Yeah, and I just want to see in the replay here where Sessa's playing. He gets the first 2 here. As soon as he falls, look, in this 3rd kill, Cossack is just taking up the mantle exactly where Sessa was playing. Obviously, it's a hard position to clear out on that off angle. Plays up, doesn't expect a player to be there so quick in replacement, and now it's 4 in a row for Go Next.
Look, Go Next have got the money, have got the creds, but they go for double outlaw, knowing their opponents are suffering economically. This is madness. A bit of disrespect, I'd say, as well. Maybe there's some logic to it still. Overdrive U sticks with a double that might give Pixelumina a chance. They found themselves some upgrades. Kozak arrives to the scene quickly, but the Overdrive is there to do the cleaning up. Styx will not be given the delicacy of sticking around in this life. Brilliantly done as Go Next say go next as we go to a 2nd map already. What a brilliant start to the game.
Yeah, and you can even see it on the faces of the Go Next players just smiling and laughing their way through, because it is just a breeze for them on that map. 13-4. 13-4.
Indeed. It's as simple as that, isn't it? It's as simple as that. It felt like Pixelumina couldn't really bring up much resistance there. Sure, I think on the first half, on the defensive side, you saw the logic to their play, right? You saw how they wanted to overwhelm one of those angles at A site, particularly trying to disallow their opponents from setting up, but also getting that early information. But then we switch sides and we see Pixelumina doing that exact same thing, but more successfully, right? They use an extra player. It is more of an all-in approach, right? Rather than trying to ease your way across corners. Overall, brilliant stuff. But those end games as well, those end rounds, those clutches, we weren't lacking those either.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight again just the utility usage from Go Next here, just being in that supportive pieces and really just taking things step by step, right? There was no skipping or getting ahead of themselves in certain situations, and I want to say it's a lot easier to do that when you have a double duelist, to be too aggressive and be over aggressive in certain situations where it calls for just sitting back and waiting. And just to highlight, a player who did sit back and wait in the post plants, on the lures, on the flanks, on the site holds, Chris.
And he always delivered in those penultimate moments, always. And that's why he'll be the first map's MVP. Deservedly so. Brilliant performance all across the board. Strong stuff. 310 ACS. Blimey. And I don't think it's just the numbers that were the impressive part. It's those multi-kills in the heat of the moment where all the chaos was coming in. Because it's not like Pixelumina was lacking pace when it comes to their comp, right? They definitely brought on the firepower, and when they exploded in, they did explode. So, strong start to the series here for Go Next. And this was on their opponent's map pick. Now they've got their home ground to look forward to as we carry on in this series. We'll be back after a short break to see how that one goes.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok comes along, I get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty toilet, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bout to bout, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it, yeah. Elevate bars, I regulate, yeah. UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. If it didn't get it by now, then it kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MC's bonds or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit more than a clock, zoning. That's irrelevant, make me like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them, rhyming, breathing. Cycle through these sheets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them bomb sheets back again. Oh, cause the little fire in the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you bump up, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, to the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Icon.
Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself.
It seemed like ONX made easy work of Icebox, but now they've got their own home ground to work on. It's Fracture. Welcome back to Challengers Northeast, everybody. My name is Pavlos and Summer to bring you the action yet again. Now look, Summer, we knew that it would have been a hard time for Pixelumina, but did we expect it to go so wrong from the start?
I don't think anyone would have expected it, especially since they've had a decent run to get to this point, right? They've had some close games, but it's the same thing for Go Next. Not everything has been sunshine and daisies for them, right? But it was a little bit of sunshine and daisies, like the stereotypical running through a field of daisies kind of thing on Icebox, right? It was very easy for them. And I hope that when we do go on to Fracture, it's a map that both of these teams have only played once coming into this, but it's a map that Go Next feel comfortable to pick on multiple times, and they played against, both teams actually played it against Wilds, same scoreline. So maybe this is an opportunity that we can see Pixelumina have a little bit more of a fight back into this one, because there was not much of a fight on Icebox.
Indeed, indeed. And like you said, there is a possibility that there's a fight on this map, right? There is a possibility where Pixelumina step up here. Fracture has been a favorite of a few teams here in the Challengers Northeast, in Challengers Northeast world, and I think it's a shame that some of our best teams didn't get to play in Challengers. The EMEA was often banned. If you look at Enterprise, if you look at Metasport, they didn't get to play it in the way that they would have liked to show off. And I think if it was played, it might have given them a better chance to get it out, get into playoffs. But yeah, here are the comps. What do we think?
Yeah, there's not really much changing from either of the teams other than the fact that Pixel Lumina have swapped out the Vise for the Cypher. Everything else realistically remains the same. But the one thing that I do want to pull attention to is the difference of approach to this one. Sure, we both still have the Neons from both teams, but it's the fact that the Maniac is going to be supported so heavily with this Teo Breach composition. But on the other side, yeah, you do still have the Fade, but it's mainly looking at Neffy to support Demic on this breach.
Indeed. It's going to be interesting to see how these two different dynamics sort of take place. It's similar, right? There's some similar aspects here, but there are different ways, different tools available to the two teams to try and do these similar things. So yeah, I'll keep an eye out on those two comparisons overall as the teams are getting ready, making sure their hair looks fly, you know, dusting some trophies, getting your stretches in. It's time to get going for this matchup. And maybe adjusting your cameras so we can see your faces could also be something we could... It's better than before. It feels like maybe they've been told to fix their cameras because it is better than before. Not to say that there isn't room for improvement, but Go Next is one up in this best of 3 series in the upper bracket of playoffs here at Challengers Northeast. Can Pixel Lumina match that one map win and try and get one of their own?
Definitely gonna try their best to, and started on this attacking side. They might have an opportunity to dictate the pace a little bit more because we didn't necessarily get to see much of their attacking side, right, when we're looking at Icebox. So for Pixel Lumina, they're gonna have a chance to keep Go Next guessing, but it is gonna be a simple walk through a main and into the site where you have the realistic anchors. Might find a slam door face.
But they walk straight through lane. Chris is able to get the first pickup here for Go Next. The fact that they had a couple of players defending was a little bit dangerous for Pixel Lumina trying to take this site, but it is equally traded. Spike goes down as Go Next try to close up the distance.
No mates to work with for Go Next on the retake, but it might not be needed because Styx is not even going to let them have an opportunity. Demic does have an answer back.
He has. He's got high ground. His task now is to allow Kozok to get close because now they've got to deal with the players on site. Corn comes in. Doesn't quite find anyone just yet. Demic, the fact that you've got the confidence to just run in there just to find the info, knowing that there's not much likelihood to get the pickups, knowing fully that Kozak has got that all under lock and key. He keeps up the performance from the previous map and brings it over to Fracture.
It is unfortunate for Pixel Lumina. On the way in, they lose realistically their best post-plant utility, right, of losing the Teo early on, and especially the breach up over towards drop. You're looking at the Brim with the volleys, the post-plant denial, but they had to play on site. There was no way out, especially with how quick Demic was coming up from drop. And obviously Kozak being that sentry over towards spawn position. Again, another pistol, one for Go Next. Outlaw in the hand of Sester as well, so he's going to be taking a peek into main.
Poor. The Outlaw is such a strong gun. The addition of it has completely switched up how second rounds are played, how bonuses, anti-ecos rather, arsenal, arsenaled up, if that's even a word. Geared up. That's better.
Kitted out.
Kitted out, thank you.
Well, Pixel Lumina aren't really kitted out with anything, realistically. You have a Sheriff, right, on Laser, who, because of the couple of kills he was able to get, is able to invest into this one and still be around the same funds as everyone else.
Launching smoke.
The only issue is there's a lot of utility to go through. There's a lot of weaponry, right? And especially with how much damage the Outlaw did, not only obviously to get the kill onto Maniac, but also the wallbang collateral that he got onto Styx and Almo. If they walk into this Judge...
Oh, Demic. Perfect position and perfect gun for this situation as well.
30 seconds left.
And this sort of leaves two players trying to go for a walk. And they're both by themselves, right? It's not like they've got company either. Unfortunate. Not a nice way to go down without any friends around. No, Laser doesn't go down without a fight. And he says, I need no friends, I need no foes. An upgrade with a Spectre, but without having the spike, you don't have chances in the round. At least create a bit more damage.
Yeah, but the thing is, because he kind of wants to die before the time runs out, right? But you don't necessarily want to save an outlaw into the next.
Narrowly avoided Kozok.
Yeah, it's just not the most ideal situation for him. Obviously, it's a round over nonetheless, but if we go next, really nice play of the deep peek into main. It doesn't matter who's on it, but the outlaw is just dangerous. Talk about dangerous laser. It's clean with it.
Yeah, no spray. Clean. Like a laser.
Gotta go.
Accurate. Go next, are going to group up together. Break through door and want to break up completely on the north side. Maniac takes care of 2 players stuck around. Go next in trouble, really. They've lost a couple of players already. Pixelumina have found the answer, and knowing that they had the gap towards the A site, they're going to completely take advantage of it.
They are able to pick up one back over 6, unfortunately not able to get around into Dish to be a little bit more of that safety zone because of how far range these gunfights are. And upgrades as it wire across to the other side. Now an opportunity to get a 2v2 over towards main.
Indeed. How about it? Yeah, showing the elbow is simply the idea. We've seen a bit of that action yesterday as well. It's become the new meta. Just pressing the A or D key and not doing anything else, allowing your teammates to kind of pull through. Somehow, Pixelumina have made themselves a little bit competitive in this one, but the fact that there's no time on the defuse, Go Next are going to focus on doing the killing. Maniac will not be able to survive this one. Neffy gets away with his life. Pixelumina get the win, but they don't have a single survivor.
And even got to the situation where they were, should have they been a little bit quicker, like even in 1 second there was an opportunity, right? Because of the both players playing over towards CT in the post-plant, there was no post-plant utility left. Mollies had already been used, no Teo alive or anything like that. There was an opportunity, a world where we could have been seeing a 3-0 start, but thankfully for the side of Pixelumina, you have Maniac going in, putting his life on the line and being on site, so he does get the round over the board. But like you said, money is an issue, shields are an issue, losing your duelist early on is an issue.
Indeed it is. That's putting it lightly. You kind of rely on Maniac on quite a bit, right? Trying to create openings on site, allow him to make waves, make space.
Positive,
no having that.
Positive for this is the fact that Almo should be able to get an upgrade if he can get over without getting spotted. Obviously the Killjoy turret's going to be the first point of contact. Does not to pick up the rifle that Maniac had been carrying. And instead, it's going to be a group up from Pixelumina over towards B main. And especially with the Steaks coming up over onto that zip wire, they're going to be a full force out of main. But look how deep this alarm bot is. It's going to be early warning signs for Go Next to start looking towards main. And the fact that they already have 3 players here, full util from Neffy as well.
Well, it's in clear intent of the play. A lot of the util has been already used towards Tetris, so that won't really make a difference to Pixelumina's attack. Chester tries to find an upgrade, and it's just on time. Oh, way! Neffy is the one to help him there. I thought for a second it was Chester to get those pickups. Instead, it's Neffy from the sidelines. Either way, Go Next get the outcome they wanted.
One enemy remaining.
You feel like if Neffy was a little bit slower to the trigger, they would have gone in Chester's way, but it doesn't matter. There's too much support. There was so many support systems, and you even saw when that alarm bot got hit, right? The smokes went down over towards arcade and also towards main. So did the molly, right? So they could put all of that support system of the 3 players that they had there to look towards main. Obviously, Crow's taking peeks over towards arcades as well to make sure there was nobody idling behind that smoke, and it meant that Pixelumina were literally just walking in to 3 players, staring them dead in the face through a smoke into utility as well.
Solo journey for Laser. Not even a gun to keep in company. Sheriff, a hand cannon.
They should be able to pick up the orb though on B main, yeah, so at least the ultimates online now for Manic. They can get an aggro hit into something, but I think the fact that they're coming back over towards A main and Demix was already on the line with the Outlaw just makes things ever so more difficult again.
Oh, and Maniac just completely takes a wide swing on that one. Overdrive enabled as he tries to go even further. The stun timing a little bit too late, allowing him to gain cover. Pixelumina want to break through off the back of Maniac's ultimate, but it's run out. Now has to rely on the classic. His team hasn't quite broken through just yet. Sure, the spike is going down, but the rolling thunder from Neffy is going to be so difficult to handle. They hold off on it though.
Yeah, but look how far away Kriz is, right? And with the suppression coming through, there aren't going to be any warning signs for Laser. He has the intuition that he could have snuck past.
I think the Timmy the turret has been broken, right? I think it was in that direction, therefore you had to. Either way, Kriz is able to break through. So is Kozok. Maniac, the only one to find success for Pixelumina here. Remember, they started off this with pistols, so any more damage would have been nice. Instead, they have to be happy with just the 2 collections as well as a spike plant, because there's nothing more that they are going to get. Go Next are able to marvelously take over the site.
Patience on the retake as well. You can see they're waiting for Kriz to come past, bypassing Laser's utility over towards the north side, and also getting that pick up on towards drop is a massive kickstarter for Go Next to start coming out to CT, start coming out to stand, and to clear their way onto site. Obviously, Pixelumina getting the spike down and also a couple of kills is great for them and the individual confidence, but at this point, it's not necessarily hurting the economy of Go Next. And instead, they need to start focusing on their own.
Armageddon instantly used by Simply. And that's just to clear up space for Pixelumina. Go Next respect it. Put their hands on the air. They're saying, we're coming for you, but a little bit later.
Yeah, and it's going to be a full 5v5 retake. The only issue is both players in main now are starting to come around, and it's going to be an isolated 2v2 situation here. Pivotal to the round.
Timing. Indeed, it could be. Laser is the one pivotal most in this moment. Demek knows he's got to play with him here. Neural Theft utilized, so he will have the right idea of what Demek is going for. He wants to pay attention to Laser, try and deal with him before he crosses on site. It's so difficult to manage, but realizes there's more importance in putting pressure onto Pixelumina here instead. Touches the spike. Maniac call to action. Knows that no one is on site anymore. Therefore, it's Laser that is put right back into position to play. Brilliantly, expertly done here from Pixelumina. Finally having a say with a buy round on the attack.
Yeah, and you have to be looking towards Laser, right, on that main fight. It's that isolated 2v2 engagement realistically decides the rest of the round, right? Because should these 2 players fall from the side of Pixelumina, you're looking at 2 players left on site, there's 4 players coming in. It's an unprecedented disadvantage, but the fact that Laser comes away with 2 of those kills, gets the ult online, utilizes the ult, doesn't fall to Demek as well, trying to push the issue, trying to clear out that position in main, stays alive, and puts a round on the board for Pixelumina.
Indeed. And Go Next play ultra aggressive here off the back of a lot of flashes, but the fact that you've also got flashes and counteraction will make that engagement difficult. But Pixelumina instead want to make waves into Arcade. And you can see Go Next have quickly turned their attention towards it. Almo, he's not going to be the element of surprise, or maybe he will! His teammate just turned their attention towards him in Market. Neffy, though, is the supreme leader on the B site. Nothing will pass by him as Go Next completely take over.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Pixelumina timeout, if not necessarily after this one, going into the next one, when they into round 9, when they're gonna have that full buy coming out from absolutely everyone. But at this point, you have 2 hero rifles, a Guardian in this half buy. You have the orbital strike as well to work with. But the issue is, when we're seeing Pixelumina go for these site hits, there's so much chaos and so many fights going on every which direction, which is inevitable on a map like Fracture when there's so many lanes to work with. The issue is they're inconsistent in being able to clear out the main prioritization of where the fights are happening.
Maniac going very deep here. Kriz might just be the person that bumps into him. That's exactly what happens. Oh, and he's got a perfect crosshair placement on that, tapping through the smoke. It wasn't even a spray. It was just accurate placements of bullets, and they do find their mark. Pixelumina can't catch a break.
Again, another sight hit coming in from Pixelumina. Sure, they're on the lower buy, but the brute forcing is just not working, and it's not going to work for a time. Again, Alma down to 5 after the engagements that he got from Chris through the smoke.
Yeah.
Unconfirmed damage, but still, it's not a confident position for Alma to be in. 1v4, a Guardian in hand. He's going to have money into the next, so going for any sort of damage
30 seconds left.
he can get. Sure. Again, money is absolutely fine for Go Next right now.
Oh, 2 players watching the angle. Almo is just hoping that a shot connects onto a head. Tries to take a wider swing at things, but Go Next know what's going on. They're chilling. They're calm. Only 1 player drops his life throughout the process here for Go Next. The rest of them don't actually take any damage. Just that moment there. Crazy.
You can see Pixelumina, and what they're trying to do is to make an aggressive play, right? Because they don't necessarily have the weaponry or the utility to make it happen, trying to overwhelm with numbers, and the only issue is they absolutely get no chance to do so. There's a smoke being popped down. Chris is just a menace on the site through the smoke, and also of Maniac trying to be up close and personal on the site itself. And this was the timeouts that I was talking about, right? For them, they have been struggling to get success on the site hits, struggling to get success in the extended post plants themselves, and even when they do so, there's not many players surviving. So it's been an uphill battle for Pixelumina this entire time, and I want to be seeing simply stay alive a little bit longer, right? Because that utility is so nice on that regen abilities. It's just he's not being able to get a chance to do so because Go Next are just in his face.
Indeed. There's a lot of pressure to Pixelumina for sure right now. Look, they've already made it past what they're used to. But you've got players that have been around, right? You've got players that know what it's like to compete at this level. Getting bested by historically similarly equal players. You'd want a little bit of a better result already. Very exploitative towards the bottom side of the map. Go Next Star, and they're trying to pincer down on the 2 players that were lurking. That's exactly what they do. They do have 1 casualty in the process, but they don't care. Pixelumina haven't been quick on taking space for themselves.
And already starting to look at the rotations coming in from Go Next. They're happy to leave Chris solo towards this B site and start putting their focuses over towards A. With that spike going down as well, it's going to call for that retake from Chris as well. But look at the positions. It's 2 main, 2 CT, and with the Nightfall to boot.
Indeed. Retired. Good stuff from Neffy to reply in kind. Oh, man. He makes it look easy, doesn't he? It's just simple sailing from him. Smooth operator. And there you have it. Go Next. Just continue with this streak and cripple Pixelumina economically once again.
It just feels like another day in the office, right, for Go Next coming into this. Just going through the paces and just picking up the kills that are being given to them in these situations, right? You spotted the player over towards top sands. You lose a player, but Neffy's there for the trade. And then you see the reaction from Pixelumina. They want to take the peek from CT into the deeper one so they can clear out the position, put their attentions back over to where Kozak's popped that Nightfall towards main. But the only issue is Neffy is just there holding mouse 1 and deals with both of them single-handedly.
Indeed. Manic able to throw a stun in time. The aftershock is going to damage him before he takes the engagement. Oh, Go Next switching positions don't make it easy for the players peeking here. Neffy still gets 2 before he drops. That's incredible. How does he get away with that? Even though Pixelumina have got the numbers, Your Theft available, making the matters worse. Pixelumina, I think this is the best chance they've had in many rounds to get a round win. Can't find the damage with the shorty at that range.
Hey, I respect trying it multiple times.
The thing is, you've got the outlaw as well. You could easily just scope in and just like,
100%.
I've been shooting at it for too long with the shorty. Not gonna budge. Not gonna bother.
There's no time.
No.
But
Made us think for a second, didn't it? Made us wonder.
yeah, it made me listen to the timing just in case, because I'm not gonna say there was an opportunity. It was planted open. You had to play a CT, play a site. We're in another world, right?
Spike planted.
That's what we were talking about. Going next. The spread is too big. You're not guaranteed you're gonna get hit.
But then
there.
this was also crazy from Chris. He used
True.
his bad karma on the camera to get the kill onto laser pushing, I think. It's yin and yang, right? Push and pull.
Yeah. Indeed. Oh, Manic wanted to use overdrive early, gets punished for it, but at least the backup is better. Closing in onto the A site, stopping the push from Go Next. They've been proactive for the past few rounds. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it hasn't. This time it's the latter.
Planted. Bot coming back.
Both these players actually splitting up for this retake. Neffy taking the zipline over towards Dish. Has an opportunity for an isolated kill onto Almo, but it depends if it goes their way. It doesn't, which makes Chris's job over towards main a lot harder.
It is, because Pixelumina are notified.
Swarm grenade.
Complete telegraphed position. Everybody looming in that direction. But yeah, Chris is not going to go for that. Knows his chances are slim. And even though there's one round after this remaining in the half, guarantees the Vandal goes over to the next round. He's going to have a lockdown available for him, and I think that's also an important thing to start looking at Pixelumina. They've built some ultimates, and I think a 7-5 half isn't too bad. Oh, they're not going to... Oh, they are. They're expecting it, but still, you take one down with you.
In the half.
It's not like the economy was doing great for Pixelumina to begin with, so someone is going to be on a lesser buy. Unless there's a drop. There could be a drop.
But still, even in positions where you're in a 1v3, you're wanting to save or has that thought cross your mind, it's just being cheeky and just constantly putting pressure onto Pixelumina. They're never safe at all. And even in that round, right, they use Manic and Stick's ultimate, so it makes it a little bit easier. Come into this last round of the half, it's use it or lose it, and there's 3 available for Go Next.
Go Next have gone for this time and time again, but this time it's a little bit more silent, less turbulent. Oh, but Nexus just sticking around, holding the shorty. The sword off cunt. But either way, Pixelumina are looking to prod into tower. Demic, in the meantime, very, very busy. Laser, though, quickly deals with him. And the orbital strike creates space for the rest of Pixelumina to walk through, though Chester gets a pick up from his orbital strike as well. They both got used at the same time. Spike to drop, that's an elbow. You could try and spray and get some damage across. That's what happens, but it's not enough as Pixelumina have got the numbers.
But still, for the retake, especially with Chris coming in from flank, you can put that ultimate underneath, and then on top of that, Neffy's ultimate as well for the follow-up, and especially after he gets a kill onto Laser in main.
They're not going to even use a lockdown. Rolling Thunder is still available for them, and that's what they're going to choose to pick in. But Styx was so silent there, didn't reveal his position. Chris forced into 1v2, but Pixelumina can play the trading game all day. After starting off a bit on the weak side here for Pixelumina, they are able to come back, and a 7-5 half is definitely respectful.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, me a moving like some sidekick. Me a moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, me a moving like some sidekick. Me a moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black track suit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle handle it while you asking. Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark, but the mind is bright.
GoNext find themselves in the lead at the end of the first half, and as they move on to the attacking side, Pixelumina switch over to the defensive. They are one map behind also, so this is catch-up time. The pistol round means a lot for them.
Means a lot indeed, and especially with where you can see them already setting you up for Pixelumina, that they are wanting to take the same main space and looking at GoNext. It's a crunch onto the B side. The flank's going to be fast.
Indeed, they are. A big pincer maneuver, double-sided attack. Laser having to deal with tower duty for now, but GoNext able to be successful on both fronts. Pixelumina weren't late on the rotates. Having a neon gives you the chance to get quick on your opponent's heels. Although the spike goes down and there's nothing much that can be happening about that, it's still a 3v3.
And also Chris's position, I don't know if this is going to go overlooked.
Maniac, aggressive, great stun. Chester Quad. Now, what do you do with Demek? He hasn't quite revealed himself. Now he has, and he goes full swing with a frenzy. Flashed. Takes another peek, and he's toying with Styx for just a little bit. But Styx, look at that, closing up the distance. Demek knows. All he can do is just swing at him from time to time. Keep him busy, keep him worried, keep him guessing. Diffused halfway. Sure, Styx is going to get off of it now. That's exactly what he does. Demek toys with him again. The reload is there. But Demek can do that all day. He's basically toying with his food there. Brilliant stuff for GoNext to get them started on the second half.
Yeah, and this is the flank that I was talking about, how quick it is. With the composition that they're running with the Neon, the Thera, the Breach, A main is such an easy point of the map to control, and especially when you're looking at what they have on the other side, you have the Breach and the Cypher. They're pretty comfortable on B as well, right? So especially when there's no sound or anything over towards A main, they can just walk it. The only issue is they lose the fights when they come up to the site, retake it eventually because of Chris's position over towards CT.
Damn. Didn't really give Pixelumina a chance there to reply. Just, hi, goodbye. Quickly. At least there's no pain in the process, right? At least you don't... There's no misery in your downfall either way. Simply, he's a bit miserable there. This is a bit of a miserable round. It always is, right? If after you lose the pistol, you know, you don't really have much of a chance. It's not really going to be sunshine and rainbows for you. Instead, GoNext are having a world of fun. Free real estate, take it for themselves, a bit richer.
Spike planted.
Stack up an extra round. Not too shabby.
Extend the lead as well, and that's something that we saw. Well, there's an improvement, right? They got 4 on Icebox, they've now got 5. The game's not over just yet, so it's definitely a little bit more of a competitive showing from Pixelumina. But for me, it's more of what they can actually do on this defensive half, because this is what they struggled with, right? When we were looking at Icebox, we didn't get to see their attack. Oh, we didn't really get to see it at all, right? So coming onto this one, they've given a decent showing, right? A 7-5 half isn't necessarily the worst thing to have, right? It's just now on this defensive side, something that they've struggled with historically already in this matchup, and also historically in the matchup against Wild in particular. It was their worst side. I think they had like a 50% win rate on it. And again, it's a best of 1. Don't want to put too much weight on it, but it's not their best position to be in.
Just a parenthesis here. Styx is one of the players that once he wants to duck in the game, he ducks IRL. I find that very amusing.
Are you not one of those players, like the IRL fast
I don't know
dodge?
if I am. I've done that before.
Exactly. See, you're trying to shame Styx, and he's in the moment. He is in the game.
Man.
Like,
I don't know.
He feels one with his agent.
Connected. He's Breach. I wonder if he'll ever grow a beard like that. That'd be cool. Oh, Styx. Speak of him, he's gone berserk here. Brilliant flash, and it lines up his team perfectly. Okay, 6, you can be as much aligned with the game as you want, because this means you bring the results.
It's just so hard to fight in this position if you're going next so early on with the utility that Pixelumina have. You have the stuns from Maniac, you have the stuns and Teo nades from Simply, you have sticks as well, and there's just so much utility for that close quarters engagement over towards A main that it's a struggle for GoNext to just break through that just based on utility, because the head-to-head wise you definitely want to be favoring Pixelumina.
Maniac thinks better of it. Pixelumina wanted to go for a bit of a push-pull in arcade, get the orb and get away.
Good news is that opens up their way onto A. There's a couple of kill trips, but that's going to be dealt with. He doesn't even need the trips to get the kill.
And now there's full space here for GoNext, even though they've been given the opportunity to have the sight. You must put your eyes on the minimap right now. Look at Grizz going all the way around. Look at him going for that lurk. It could be beautiful. It's a matter of timing, though. You can't really delay this too much. Pixelumina are going to start to walk in. Demek on a high ground is not spotted, but shot through a wall. And now Almo trying to shut down the play for Kozok. Things are working superbly for Pixelumina. Chris joins the fight, gets two. It's the orbital strike, though, that would delay this diffusal, but the incendiary to delay it even further. This diffusal is going to happen no matter what, at least at halfway. Manic is low. Is it going to buy enough time? Takes a wider swing. You don't really need to do that. But he did. Pressure gets to him. There is enough time to defuse as it already has gone down halfway. So Pixelumina grab the dub.
That's going to be an issue, or at least something to note that Pixelumina have to keep in mind when they're going for 3 takes. I don't want to necessarily say towards B as well, but the lineups that we've seen already over towards A, I'm assuming he's going to have some in his back pocket for B. They have to be up close and ready for these retakes and get them done relatively fast, because the post-plant utility isn't as strong, right, for Pixelumina as it, for GoNext as it was for Pixelumina with the Teo, with the Breach, and all that nonsense. But for Chester, if he can consistently hit these lineups and stay alive late into the round with ultimates and all those lovely things, it can be scary.
Even though you spent a lot of utility to clear out tower, Pixelumina don't vacate it. Instead, they double down with Maniac joining the fight. Laser wants to go in, doesn't get seized up. Demek knows of it, so he second guesses his choice by going more aggressive. A Vandal has been found. Nefi's been able to upgrade. GoNext are suddenly a little bit more competitive, especially if they find the A site open.
It's not completely open though. Styx has rotated in, and especially since majority of these players are coming in from Dish. Oh?
They'll realize the site is clear with the Prowlers, but Demek hasn't heard much noise on B, so he's not going to call his team over. That's the perfect first pick, but do you account for main? There's 2 players. Even if you account for 1, surely not 2. Manic has got the cross. It's all you need if you're Pixelumina. Spike drops, and all GoNext players have been separated.
And the only issue is to reclaim this spike, left. You have to fight through main, or at least they're wanting to. They considering the door push, but they only have CT. They're scared of drop, they're scared of sight, they're scared of main.
It's as if it's a retake, but this time it's the attackers trying to get towards a spike. Armo holds down the line. You've got an operator in play. It's not even used. Maniac is just there to cause chaos, run around in circles. 10 seconds. Demek, can he get the pickup? Second shot is where the difference is made. The clutch by Demek. GoNext completely avert the crisis.
It shouldn't have come down to that. They were in such a prime position. You have a player towards site, you have 2 players towards main, you have an operator on the cross, Pavlos. And yet
Crazy
somehow GoNext managed to navigate it while also seeing a lovely shower shot straight to the dome of the player in main, and then of course the bucky in the hands over the Neon player just to close it out.
Yes, we get to see it again. We get to see all of these kills again. Because, honestly, it was chaotic. And especially that shot from Demek. That was the icing on the cake. Mwah, chef's kiss. But if you're Pixelumina, that's a bit daunting to play up against. And look, Go Next being the team to take a timeout kind of is a testament to say we don't want to be winning rounds that close. We want to be a little bit clean with it, a little bit more smooth. That really didn't go to plan, albeit we got the win.
And especially when, like you were saying, the situation that we got in towards the end was the fact that the attackers were retaking from CT to get the spike that was on site but wasn't planted, while the defenders were in main. Like, it just gets to the point where the map's completely being flipped, and then they lose sight of where some of the players are, and that's not what you want to be happening when you're on this attacking side on Fracture, because there's so many lanes to fight through. You want to make sure you have the best information to work with to be able to have that push and pull like we were talking about, and then you don't end up in a situation where the spike is solo on site and you have players lurking through spawn with the actual defenders sitting on that spike.
Konex have actually figured out they want to move towards this left-hand side. All, well, not all, but 4 out of 5 from one direction. Pixelumina, on the other hand, aren't nearby. They're going to figure out the take is going to happen, but I feel they're going to let it happen as well.
Yeah, especially when you're looking with sticks and armor with those ultimates for the retake. There's a couple of kill trips. Unfortunately, not going to get one off of it. Demic's just pushing the issue.
Bruh. He is, but going to be completely interrupted in the process. Go Next when... Oh, Pixelumina weren't even onto the B side. Go Next are falling into the trap. They're going towards A, where most of these defenders lie. Sure, there's going to be some prowlers there to stop them, but the stun as well as the guided salvos will do some damage. Neffy down to half HP. The push from Go Next has to come through, but there's so many of these defenders nearby. It's going to be so treacherous, especially with the Rolling Thunder dropping in. Go Next have been able to find most of the kills, surprisingly, because Pixelumina tried to push forward. Orbital Strike, that's going to delay them. 12 seconds on the clock. I don't think there's time to get the spike on the ground. Incendiary dropping, but it's a bit random. It's not really connected anywhere that would have much impact. Sticks to the top of the site. 4 seconds. I don't think there's time for the spike to go down. It's going to be close. Very close. Doesn't come down to it. It's the kills for Go Next that give them the win.
Their tech is only as good as their skill.
They did so well. They had so much delay, right? Like I said, with the 2 ultimates, whether it came to the retake or not, they were just delaying with so much time over towards main. Especially after this entry kill here, when they go back over, Orbital Strike, Rolling Thunder, and yeah, it's still Go Next that are connecting the shots, fully stunned up, fighting through the mist of, well, hellfire raining down onto you, and yet it's still Chris with the Sheriff that closes it out, having to win by kills, know what's required from them, and they just deliver.
And they'd Chester on the right position, posted up, but he's only good for the 1 there. Go Next should be able to get free real estate onto B. Ooh. Almost quick on the case. He's sneaky about it. Sticks has been able to do a lot. Demic didn't expect Almo's position. Kozok knows now. Aware. But do you really want to be taking the fights out into the open? I don't think you do.
They're waiting for the flank coming in from laser, right? So that's another layer that they're going to have to deal with.
Pixelumina adding pressure. Adding guarantees, but when Kozok is able to lurk his way through these little nooks and crannies, get away with freebies. Oh, it's ridiculous! Isolated fight after isolated fight. Things have completely turned on their head. Go Next started off 2v4 and end up versus 2v no one.
Match point.
Not only 2v no one without taking any damage, might I add. All the kills were so clean. Look, isolated kill towards CT, stunned up, still gets the kill. That needs to be studied. Another kill over towards going up that zip wire, trying to take any sort of pressure into tower. Insta kill, because it's just such an awkward position. All these players were solo. And yeah, a timeout after that, because that is a round that could have been your way back into the game, and instead a thrown 4v2 has put in your opponents, who are already up a map, onto 12.
Not easy if you're Pixelumina. Not easy at all.
Do you know what makes it harder as well?
What?
Can I bring your attention to the
Yes, you can.
ultimates of Go Next? And this was what I thought it would have been possibly used in that
Tricky
4v2 because they came online when both of the players got a kill. It's not even needed. They can just fight their way out of a 2v4 situation, it seems. But now coming into this last round, possibly of the game, you have 4 ultimates to work with. You also have 2 outlaws because the money is awful. It's dreadful for Pixelumina. They've been forced down to half shields onto Guardians, lacking utility on sticks.
They are going to force the issue on the north side of the map. Kriz gets one and has to back away. Manic is able to interrupt it. That's a lot of information for GoNext to work off of, though, and they're trying to use that to work their way into A.
Give me a call. Give me a call.
There's some util they've got to deal with. The Neural Theft will make things a little bit easier for Pixelumina. You wonder if it was used a little bit preemptively, knowing this is not when they're going to pounce.
But it's information for them to work with, especially when you're going for that flank. But the only issue is Kozak is all-knowing.
And all of the ultimates you talked about moments ago, Summer, this is where they're coming. Neural Theft, Armageddon, making it so difficult for the setup to come through from Pixelumina, for the retake to begin. Sticks turns it right back in his favor, simply as well. Somehow Pixelumina have kept themselves in the game, but the numbers are superior for GoNext. Wow, it's gonna be GoNext to get themselves this series win in a 2-0 fashion.
And it doesn't even come down to the ultimates, Pavlos. They don't even need them. Again, they just fight their way out of situations where you're looking at it, Armageddon's coming out, Neural Theft's been used, there's all information for them to work with, and yet they still falter.
They do indeed. They do indeed. A little bit of a rough one for Pixelumina. Look, they've exceeded expectations. They've improved throughout the year. This is not the end of the story for them. I feel on the lower bracket, they still have some things to prove. It's gradual improvements, right? It's gradual improvements. You've got players that have been around the challenges, the MEA, or, you know, they've been around this ecosystem for a while. It's just a matter of getting to that next level, being the most competitive teams. And look, GoNext, we're the second place finishers of Split 1 and now are probably amongst the conversation of being the potential victors of this split right now. And especially when they bring these types of performances with this level of confidence, with less level of depth, right? It's not just them playing the old tried and tested where they, you know, kind of surprise their opponent, play explosively, you know, be in their face all the time, not let them breathe. There's some logic to the chaos as well that they bring, which is what is the deadly combination for them.
I also love the variability, right? From speeds of sight hits on aggression versus waiting for and counter aggression onto what Pixelumina had done. And especially like it was all the way back into Icebox and then into this map as well. It's the utility usage that I'm absolutely in love with from the side of GoNext, especially because of how consistently they are putting, well, just the perfect Valorant forward, right? In the regards of you get the easy kill, then you go systematically through the rest of it. And again, this was a player that I mentioned at the start of this series, right? Kriz, again, top of the board on Icebox, top of the board on Fracture as well.
Sure, yeah, it's really important performing there from Kriz. Looks only 17 years old and he's rocking the Challengers Northeast stage. It's cool to see. We knew that Shakmat, you know, had some stars in there, some young potential, and Kriz is definitely up there and in that conversation. What a brilliant first game here, 2-0 for GoNext. That's a big change of pace from yesterday. We knew that this season, because just like the last, it is very hotly contested. There is very strong close competition. The margins are very thin, very slim. And, you know, any team could bring an upset, but you're slowly starting to see that GoNext have entered a trend, have entered a level of comfort that is making it very difficult to be upset.
Yeah, it's just difficult to be something that you're going into it. Like I said, it was a hurdle for them to go over, and it's more like a high jump, right, compared to what they've gone through previously. So it is a step in the right direction. It was at least a semi-competitive map too, and it was nice to see them have a little bit of a bounce back there. But definitely looking to see what they can do in the lower bracket in particular from the side of Pixelumina, because like you said, I want to see them go further in this playoff bracket rather than fall flat as soon as they get to playoffs.
And as the game was so quick, we get time to speak with one of the players as well. We've got Neffy to join us on an interview, and I'm so hyped to get that one going as well, because I want to have a, listen in on what's going on behind the scenes for Go Next here. Obviously, post the pickup of the organization, post being picked up as a 5-man, and then after Challengers EMEA, what their learnings and everything from that. So it's going to be a really interesting conversation to have. And I think something we didn't get a chance to do yesterday with the teams that made it into playoffs. The games were so close, they kind of dragged out, and we didn't really have the time to kind of dig our hands into the behind the scenes. So this is some cool stuff that we'll get to have.
I'm super excited to get to speak to them as soon as we do. I'm not sure when that is going to be switching over, but yeah, I want to know who they're excited to play against, really, and also who, because obviously, like you said, it was like the finalists, and now, well, the winners aren't actually here anymore, so they expected to start to pick up that mantle, right? I want to know who their biggest threat is, or who they consider them like the biggest threat to themselves are.
Yeah, I hear that, because obviously there are those diamonds in the rough that could always upset you, but we do have Neffy here and ready on the broadcast, so we can get all of our questions answered. Hello, mate, welcome to the broadcast, congrats on the win.
Hello.
Let's see if we can get you in frame here. Come on, you can do it. Can you get in frame?
Wait, can you see me or no?
Yeah, we can see you, just half of you, mate. Just
Wait, like this or up or down?
Left.
To the
Left.
Left.
The left, okay.
Yes. All right.
Okay. Hello.
I can't figure out. To the right.
Is it
Anyway,
good?
okay, we'll have to do with that.
It's fine.
That's fine. That's all right. We can. Okay, getting closer. There we go.
Yes.
Nice banger. Awesome.
Nice.
We got you there. Awesome stuff. All right, Neffy. Again, congrats on the win. Awesome victory. Very decisive. How's it feeling now with the roster? You're under Go Next, another organization now. You've got some support behind you. Things must be feeling quite positive for you right now.
Yeah, it's feeling really good, especially like we played as a mix, for 2 years. So having an organization now, being able to go to boot camp, not have to worry about money, to pay, to help even my parents or whatever. It's it feels really good, and it's just a lot easier to play.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's a little bit of weight off your shoulders, right? Talking about weight off your shoulders.
Yeah.
Obviously, you made the finals last time. It wasn't necessarily the best showing for you guys there. You weren't able to pick up the victory. But now with Liquid Academy not here anymore and expecting you guys to get further and further and be one of the ones we're looking to win, who do you think is your biggest threat, and who do you think is going to be meeting you guys in the final?
Maybe Enterprise. Z10 also isn't looking that bad, but I think in the Swiss stage, Enterprise was looking the best from the other teams.
Okay, yeah, that's really interesting. That we've had a bit of a toss-up with teams making it into playoffs. Team Liquid Academy didn't even make it into playoffs, so really cool to see. I've got another question for you though, because obviously you got to Challengers EMEA, the second seed of this region. None of the teams got to go through groups. They had some resistance. No one made it into playoffs from this region. What did you learn, do you think, from that experience? What do you think you can improve on since then to see if you can make it further next time?
I think we improved how to play against Turkish teams, because it's a whole different game. They're playing different game. They're playing so much aggressive, and we weren't really ready for that. It was our first official in our lives against full Turkish team. So yeah, I think this is actually something that we look into, because if we want to win the international, the inter leagues or whatever tournaments, then we need to win against Turkish teams. So that's actually something quite important.
Okay, one last one from me, and it's actually on top of the Turkish team question of they play with a lot of momentum, right? And that's something that we see teams like Sweet and Sour use here, of just being that like complete flip-flop of like they're either going to win 10 rounds in a row or they're going to lose 10 rounds in a row. Is that something that you guys play with as well? Because when we were seeing on Icebox, like it was a complete shutout, and you just guys looked so confident going for peaks as the rounds were starting to rack up. Do you think that's something that's part of your player like and team repertoire?
Like a little bit, definitely, but I think we are good at like taking the momentum back. Like whenever enemy has the momentum, we never like get quiet, surrender or whatever. We always like fight back. Always like don't give them, don't let them have it for free. You know, we always like keep the pressure high for enemies.
Lovely. That's some great insight here, Neffy. Again, thank you very much for joining the broadcast. Congrats on the win. I want to wish you best of luck with your future matches. And yeah, again, thank you for the insights.
Thank you very much. See you.
I loved having Neffy on the interview there because he takes a moment to think about his answer, and once after that moment he's had, that answer is going to be a really good one, right? And that's exactly what we had. Some great insights into the fact that those Turkish teams are an issue, need to be dealt with, and the fact that there is some strong competition that we never really expected would come to the forefront, or at least weren't at the forefront the previous split, Zero Tenacity. So yeah, some good stuff coming in from Neffy here.
Yeah, and honestly, it's nice to see that they are recognizing that playing at an international and playing against different regions is such a difference. The fact that they did have a little bit of a taste of the Turkish firepower that they do have, and such aggression, and they're starting to have the opportunity to take from different regions as well, right?
Yeah.
And just being able to evolve over that entire period from Split 1 to Challengers EMEA and now into Split 2, wanting to progress to those grand finals and as far into this bracket as they can. But it's only quarterfinals, Pavlos. It's only quarterfinals. We do have another matchup coming up soon, but that's going to be after the break.
Time I did, I pay my dues, affiliated to this paper. I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red, it's not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing. I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. You ain't recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it. Run before I catch you. We get out ball and block you. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. To get ball up top, finna make a play. I catch a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, cosign and no co-pilot. They pip-tiles my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds, run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok comes along, I get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Flanty, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty put the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep your heart, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, bridging. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it, yeah. Elevate bars, I regulate, yeah. UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. If it didn't get it by now, then it kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad, these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, breathing. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause the little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Challengers North and East. It's time to going for the second match of the day, the fourth match overall in playoffs. As we've already seen 6 teams compete, we've already got 3 teams that have made it into the upper bracket. It's time to see which one will be joining them there, the contender of Go Next. And look, honestly, between BitFix Gaming and ESC Gaming, I feel like no one really wants to be playing up against Go Next right now. They're looking like they're on a roll. But either way, one of them will be going there. And you'd want to be at the upper bracket sooner rather than later.
Yeah, what's worse, going into the lower bracket or going to play against Go Next? It's sort of the and an and of it, right?
Yeah.
But there's definitely benefits to winning this match. Obviously, you're gonna have to face them sooner or later if you want to progress further and further into this bracket. And especially for BitFix and ESC, these are new rosters that we're seeing at this stage in the tournaments. A new look to ESC completely. It's the revamp roster, right? But it's more importantly for me, it's the matchup I think is the more closely matched that we've had so far in this first stage of the bracket. So I think it's definitely going to be a banger.
It is. It definitely feels like we are lined up for a great game, and I think you lined up perfectly. I think if we just start talking about BitFix Gaming overall, it's just the type of roster that we didn't expect to come here to begin with, especially when there is teams like Metasport and Team Liquid Academy that have not been successful in arriving. Now, Bitfix, when you talk about Metasport, a lot of these names shout Metasport from years before, back in 2023, for example. But it's not like you'd expect them to get to this spot in comparison to the others. Even though, look, we've got young potential here, we've got some explosive potential, and the fact that you've got new players coming into this position and having high performers like Martux, Razis especially, it's hard to not like them, you know?
Hey, Razis was in your top 5, right? He's at that top. Technically, he's top 1, right, of players before me coming into playoffs, right? Because the top 1 we actually had didn't make it. So Razis is a player to watch, right? Not only for his impact in the game, but what he can do to change momentum shifts with just, I feel like, pulling kills out of his hat sometimes.
Yeah, very true. I think that's a way to characterize Bitfix here. The fact that they've got that unexpected potential that could just shine at any given moment. And the fact that ESC Gaming have to deal with that is a difficult one for them. But unlike Bitfix Gaming, ESC have got names with a ton of potential. I guess we'll be talking through this. I want to have a look and see if the Bitfix Gaming players are a little bit better at lining up their webcam. So far, so good. It's good.
We need to start ranking the teams, right? Like, it's after 5.
We gotta have a tier list for sure. But having a look at ESC, like we said, a little bit more tenured. Sure, they went for a whole revamp, but this roster makes sense.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at the reunion of Link and Brody as well coming into this. It's sort of the UK boys. We've seen them in the UK scene all the way from their days in CS to Valorant as well, and joining up with Beast Mode, the only remaining player of the ESC team, I guess you can call it, because there's only one player remaining. It's not necessarily a call, but also bringing Fika and Column in as well. I'm actually so excited to see, because like we said, this roster has so much potential. It's not been together for the longest of times. It's a complete revamp. It's not as if you have a core to work off, and yet they've made playoffs. And also in the fashion of going in through it in that 3-1, they only lost a map to Enterprise.
Yeah, and I think that there's so many players here that are dangerous, right? You can even look at Fiku, the oldest in the roster. He's completely stepped up, amped up his play. And if you also talk about the players that, upon their arrival back to Challengers Northeast, have shown solid performances, one of them has got to be Link as well, right? He's shown up moment after moment and showing why he deserves to be right back in action, right back at the top of play. He's missed it, man. He hasn't been there in a good while. And that's the same for so many of these players here. So it's a bit of a super team, a bit of a team that could do a lot of damage, and definitely gunning to have some quickly improving abilities as well here. And look, Bitfix going up against them, they're not going to be any slouches.
No, definitely not. And in this matchup in particular, I'm definitely looking at not just Link, right? There's something that we've mentioned a lot of the times when we were looking at the Enterprise matchup on Split, right? Again, one of the players that, similar to Martix on Bitfix, just pulling kills out from his hat, right? But it's more of the fact that we've gotten to the point for ESC that they realistically only felt challenged by Ace Gear and Enterprise, two of the teams, one that has made it through and we're looking to be challengers, especially after what we heard in the interview, right? And then Ace Gear, they haven't actually made it through, but they were one of the teams that started to have upsets. They were taking pedal to metal for teams like Metasport as well. So there was a lot of good teams that they played against to get here, and when they came up against Wilds, quickly dispatched them like 13-2 and 13-9 to book their ticket to going 3-1.
Yeah, it's incredible, because Wild was also among the teams in the conversation of potentially making it through with some early sweet victories, only barely missing out. Wild 2-3, a bit heartbreaking for them as they have a fun little project of their own going there as well. But like we said, this is a very, very competitive Challengers Northeast tournament where only 4 teams out of the 16 in the Upper Swiss can make it through. And before that, there was a Lower Swiss as well. There's another 6 teams in the conversation, 32 in total, man. This is a big region. We want to give as many teams a chance to make their dreams come true, and this is the journey that these rosters have to go through, right? It's a grinding process, but at least if you are the best, you will be rewarded. But let's have a topic change here as we move into the veto, the map selection. Got any inkling of where these teams are looking to go?
I was actually hoping to see Ascent because of how well Bitfix play on it. So it does make so much sense for ESE to take it away, because Bitfix are kind of crazy on that map, right? And especially if they fix the issues of what we saw when they played against Sweet and Sour, the sort of that flip-flop of the 2-10, 2 halves, then they can be hyper dangerous. But going on to Split, this makes a lot of sense for both of these teams, right? Especially with ESE picking into it. It's a map that they took Enterprise to the limits on, right? It needed the full 24 rounds to close it out. So it makes a lot of sense for ESE to be going into that one.
Yeah, Lotus being the second collection as well. That one will be handed over to Bitfix Gaming as their selected home ground. Now, one of the maps they played the most. No, the map they played the most this split. And they haven't faltered a single time on it. 5 out of 5 times. So a mega comfort pick for them. So even though ESC targets banned Ascent, Lotus is kind of an inevitability. So we'll have to see how that one works out. But in case of a decider, in case of a third map, which I have a really strong feeling we will be heading there, it's going to be Icebox.
Icebox could be a nice place to see because it's something that we haven't seen from ESC yet, so there's a little bit of an unknown should it get to that point. But you were talking about Lotus, right? The fact that they've been amazing on it this split so far, but they've been amazing on it this whole year. You were talking about them being 5-0 in this split. They've been 9-0 this year, okay? Same comp the whole time.
I should have just rolled back the stats a little bit earlier. It's more impressive.
This
You're right.
whole year, they have been flawless on it. Sure, there's a couple of close games, like 13-11 against Sweet and Sour, 13-8. It's not that close. The only team that's been able to push them to the limits, and that was 10th of January 2025 years ago, and since then they've been on the smooth sailing on this map. So it is feeling like the third and final map is that sort of inevitability if ESE can pick up the first one.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one for them to exploit, but then again, it's not like they lack the experience, they lack the numbers on that map, so they sort of took the gamble. Okay, we'll test you. We'll show you what we've got on that map as well. But yeah, cool things when it comes to that, the second map overall. What do we feel about the first one, though? Do we have an inkling of, you know, how easy it's going to be for ESC to begin with? How much they could potentially struggle?
I mean, I think ESC, this is probably one of the better maps that they have to go up against Bitfix with, right? They've had a couple of reps on it. It's not necessarily the greatest map for them if you look at the stats, because they haven't won it. But when we saw that BO1 against Enterprise at the start, this was a map that we gave them so much promise just off the back of that when we were casting it, of like you said, the pop-off moments from Link, just having multi-kills after multi-kills on the flanks, on the lurks as well. So for me, I think this is the best place for ESE to make a stand against Bitfix and almost make that third map a possibility.
Yeah, but there's always that aspect of the unknown, right? When it comes to what Bitfix can bring to the table, as of they've not played it really this season, the split, if you know, premise. I mean, played it a little bit earlier, but you know, it's the fact that you want to renew your comps, and we've seen a number of teams kind of switch up their play, especially with the additions of Waylay, with so many, you know, main events have gone since then. So a lot of ideas have been brought to the table, and also you want to be testing out things, right? Even the teams with the bigger names have, especially Enterprise, I'd say, has been in that situation where they've gone for a few changes here and there. So there's some unpredictability involved here, but we'll see how they're able to deal with it as we jump into Agent Select.
Okay, so obviously it's a complete new look for Bitfix. We haven't actually seen them on this map yet, and what a composition, Pavlos. You have the double Sentinel, the Vi's Deadlock, you have Astra as your smokes, and Sky is your solo initiator.
It's original in a way. Look, I don't know actually if other teams have played it in the past, but either way, if they have, I kind of get the idea of what you're trying to do. You're going to be very dangerous when once you lock down a site, right? You've got so much potential to sort of lock down areas of the map, both on defense, but also when you've got control over the site. You've got the Astra as well to help with that engagement front, you know, and that controlling aspect, and then you've got the combo of Sky Rays to, you know, breach the corners that you need to be breaking through. So there's a bit of a variety, a bit of a min-maxing of both worlds. Whether it will be enough to deal with ESC Gaming, we'll have to wait and see. But it's going to be an interesting ride, and the fact that we get to see Split already from the get-go, this first map of this series, just makes me excited of what is to come. There's a lot on the line here, right? Both of these rosters, it's the first time they make it into playoffs this season. They're so close to the prize. They need 2 wins on this upper bracket to be put into the conversation of the top 4.
And talking about positive for BitFix, right? They're running this double sentinel comp and they've been able to start on the defense first. So looking at the Vise, looking at the Deadlock, to not only necessarily lock down a site in particular, but also over towards mid, whether it's with the Vise or with the Deadlock wall, because that's going to be another layer that ESC are going to have to deal with. But they do have a good opportunity with the composition that they're running to do so, right? With the Yoru can help nullify some of Syntix's utility.
Let's see if that is going to be the case. Either way, BitFix Gaming beginning on the defensive side, ESC Gaming on the other hand. I'm just going to call it BitFix and ESC. Both of them have the gaming, name at the end, even though we can only see it on BitFix on our screens right now. I'm just going to say BitFix and ESC. Makes things simpler for me. ESC on the attack though, as they seem to be taking an early, slow start to this round. Apart from that push now into ramp.
Yeah, just trying to see what space that they can deal with, and especially rejoining up with their players in mid. An easy way to clear up vent if you come in from A.
Indeed. And if there was anybody lurking in vents, it would have been a quick way to flush them out. Making sure you deal with the barrier mesh quickly. ESC looking to explode potentially towards B, but that's exactly where BitFix Gaming have got 3 players stacked. It's not really a comfortable situation to do. It's a bit of a poke and prod at that 1 minute mark. Great stun to aftershock back to back. Early pickup, only due to util.
Yeah, we were talking about the util for BitFix being the benefit on the defense and talking about Cullum and how he's going to work around it, but it doesn't matter because Feck is the one who's going to be picking up the first kill. Now these players on site are going to be locked and loaded in, but the only issue is it's Cullum picking them up all.
Indeed, the explosion from Brody as well coming in from Garage was also an extra angle of the attack. Overwhelming for BitFix overall. Great to be able to create these layers of approach, and this was just a little bit too much to handle. ESC with a brilliant start.
Some vermin are bored to die. Like rats in a lab.
Not only for ESC that they were able to clear up out through ramp, not necessarily clear heaven out in general, but it's the way they were able to clear out mid. There's absolutely no threat of vents for when they do split up into B heaven, out through B main as well. There were so many angles for the BitFix players to worry about, on top of already losing a player early on just to great util usage from Feku.
BitFix going to go for a bit of a gamble here. I like that they ESC use those early damage factors, guided salvos towards vents as well. Deny the quick collapse from BitFix into mid, but it will inevitably come in. Brody quickly loses his life, but ESC are also quick to react. Okay.
What?
Okay, VQ.
That's one way to get a double entry into the round. Of course, it's not really that bad for BitFix, right? They're on the eco. They haven't had much of investment coming into this one, but it's just another sort of slap in the face for that. And especially with Link now coming up through vents, it is going to be watched for by Quicks. But it's just time ticking, and it's going for the exit. It's trying to get as much damage as they can coming into this.
Boom. Donk.
Portal closed.
Wanting to
quick
go down
stuff.
to Spike. Yeah, nothing
Standard.
crazy coming in from BitFix here. Although, because Link has this ghost, he's going to try and push the issue, and he's going to get absolutely right-clicked in the face by stunned up Lamelli.
Sure. I mean, Lamelli gets gifted an extra ult orb. Why not? So it doesn't end up being all too shabby for BitFix. Either way, though, ESC had a plan, executed it, and now are up 2-0, awaiting to see what BitFix can produce on their bye round.
I quite like how BitFix are so happy to put Martix onto this deadlock, right? It's just something that he's played so often. Like, I think it's in the last like 12 games he's played it like 8 times or something, so they're not shying away from using this agent. And it also means that they have so many little techie things that they can use, and they're ready to play around it. And that's something that I'm looking for with the raise nades, with the damage that they can do if they layer utility.
Razis opts for a little bit of an early fight, which Fiku comes out on top of. And ESC are using this chance to walk a little bit closer up to mid. The barrier mesh will interrupt their efforts. But the fact that ESC have the potential to poke towards this A site could allow Bitfix to sort of start rotating over.
But especially when you're talking about rotating over towards the A site, you still have all of the Vice utility up, but it's more importantly the wall position over towards main. Cullum still has his clone, and I just don't think the sort of the return on investment that they're going to get over that is going to be much, because like it's already been broken. I'm not sure if that popped the wall.
30 seconds left.
Oh, it did.
Well, Martix made the right decision to waltz over. Be a helping hand, smoke down, Snakebite getting Syntix out of position, but finds himself a corner, but Cullum is able to sniff it out instantly. Double kill with the Bulldog. Sure, you got Martix doing some extra damage, but the spike is going down, and I don't think much can be done about it. Lamely doesn't arrive on time, even though he knows one player is occupied. We'll try and take that moment to swing. Mask is moving, but he's been spotted. Telegraph completely, Paranoia running after him. Aftershock to block him out. ESC know exactly what to do now. Hold your ground, hold that spike, let it explode. This round is not going to go to Lamely. There's no way. Says as he waits to see if the engagement versus beast mode goes his way.
Yeah, I felt like you were just about to curse it. As soon as you said it, I was ready for him to get the kill, the isolated kill onto Heaven. Swing to get the player peeking from elbow, and yeah, unfortunately for Bitfix, and fortunately for ESC, it doesn't go that way. And instead, a conversion on the 3rd round off the entry kills over towards mid, and realistically off the back of Cullum's success with not only utility of breaking out the Vice wall so the teams aren't gonna get separated, but also from protecting his teammates that got stuck in the grav net from Mattox. This time, a little bit of a different setup coming in from Syntix. He's putting that wall over towards Heaven, knowing that Cullum's likely just to be putting that clone over towards main like he did in the previous. And what's his utility to actually mean something?
Beast mode is stuck. Doesn't get out. Martix, how does he get away with 2 there on the Sheriff? That's redonkulous, man. Come on.
And not only
Pull
that,
yourself together.
well, Raz has got a Sheriff kill over towards B main, and he's on the fast flank. And now these players are stuck over towards Heaven. They have managed to bait out that Vice wall. That was still just another added layer of security for Bitfix.
Oh, come on. It doesn't even come down to the lurk from Razis. It's Quicks with the Sheriff to continue their cowboy ways. Damn right it's a thrifty. Damn right.
Can we get a counter just in playoffs for how many thrifties that we actually get?
Yes, make it work production. That's our request of the day.
Enemy remaining.
Because it is genuinely insane. Some nice shots hit from Martox. Unfortunately for Beastman, he was caught ahead of the wall.
Omen.
Dividing him and his team allows for the scale up. Goes down to the Sheriff. But still this money, and also Cullum's opting for the Operator on attack. A deep wall down in from mid. That's a lot of space that BFG have.
Whoop. Smoke. Correctly placed, but this time Martix could just break out. I've got a feeling, I've got a little inkling that he just wants to walk out of there. Oh, that's exactly what he does. You can see him posture, and then he goes for it.
You know what they always say? Curiosity killed the cat, but this time...
Beast mode was the cat.
But yeah, Beast mode was the cat. Thematics had all of the curiosity, and even then, now with the wall going down in mid, you have the players that have rotated back over towards heaven to reinforce this position. And Column's this solo entity over towards mid on this Yoru with an operator, while Link's on the other extremity over towards A, starting to gain some space.
Very active on the comms, Link was there.
Blinded.
He's telling his team, okay, let's pull it over. No one on heaven. Start walking through. But again, that Vice util will be tough. Dealing with the wall already. Guided salvos to the back of sight. Maybe to lure the player playing elbow into the corner. But this is ESC running out of time here. Bitfix have got the perfect read. They've rotated all of their players. They're trying and get the kill contract through, annihilation rather, but instead it's all down to the gunplay on site. Nothing is allowed to cross onto site. A complete turnaround and shutdown from Bitfix Gaming. And it all started from that.
Yeah, and also coming into the site hit here. Just too many players to deal with. Even if the rotations weren't necessarily in for when the side hit actually came through, by the time the Vise wall went up, it bought them so much time as well, dealing with Link over towards heaven, and then they picked up an operator for free, which Razes has already put into good use.
Not too shabby from Crix. The fact that Bitfix have got the confidence to take these individual trades without any fear is mind-blowing to me. But at the same time, they're sort of giving me a reason why they've got to qualify into playoffs.
And that's also one of the rifles that they had coming into this round being dropped early on, so now it's only Fiki and Link. Sheriff on Link is trying to make his presence known and be a nuisance over towards A, but it's just a cleanup crew from Lamelli.
Yeah. Gravnet.
Surely not.
Fiki down. And it's Martix. Of course, it's Martix to win that trade. A flawless round. Just build up that confidence for Bitfix Gaming. It was a grand start for ESC. They won their bonus as well, 3-0 at the start. But for the past 3 rounds, it's been all Bitfix.
And it's even just the fact that the operator that got picked up, that Cullen brought into the round 5, being picked up by Razes into round 6. It gets the entry kill, it's almost poetic. But also the fact that they tried to make it work over towards A, this utility to help them.
Razes didn't have a chance to escape there. Finally, ESC have got themselves a little bit of an opener. Not yet the access onto site. They figured out where Lamelli is, and they want to close in on his position soon enough. You've also got Link on his mid-exploration, heaven control as well. And that kind of puts an end to the round already, it feels like, Summer.
You never heard of the Syntax 1v4?
I may have. How did it go?
Okay, never mind. He's been spotted out towards CT.
Okay.
Especially with
Maybe
how...
it wasn't this time.
Yeah, I read the script wrong, sorry guys. It's round 8 actually, it's next round. They kind of go for the same thing, ESC. They get the split through mid. Syntax rotating over, being that A anchor. But no, it is a difficult situation, right? Especially when you're losing Raz is so early on top of the fact that we had the dimensional drift from Cullen coming in. I was a little bit worried that this player in the smoke wasn't gonna get spotted out, but Lamelli dealt with early on as well, so it just gives them an open way into that B bomb site. So when the players of BFG are actually rotating in, the Bitfix player had no chance.
Ultimates galore for ESC, 4 out of 5 available for them. Operator in the hand of Razes. as he is postured deep in mid. Smoke in front of him, but doesn't care to cross forwards. Uses a showstopper, blast pack to get himself into the corner. Gets away with a pickup and the swing kill. That is crazy stuff from Razes. How does he even have the confidence to go for something like that? Beast Smoke stuck. Paranoia get him out of it, but before he can blink twice, Razes is on his case. 3v2 now. Bitfix still have the numbers, but ESC somehow found access to the site. Brody turns the pace around and tries to give space for ESC.
Armageddon Online is going to be used just to buy a little bit more time and also an opportunity for these players to reposition. You can see Brody wanting to put himself in towards Hell.
And that aggressive maneuver could catch Bitfix off guard. For a moment ago, they thought someone, or both, were at the back of sight. But they lacked the information flash. Brody gets a shot. Surprise player. Razes required to get the full ace to win this round, but he doesn't have the time to do it. Hurts his kneecaps as he drops to the ground. VQ is able to get the final kill. ESC are right back on track.
I do hope we get to see in the replay how crazy that round was, in the sense we have Beast Mode in the back line. We also have Razes in the front line, kind of. And he's just satcheled over a couple of players in mid, got the showstopper kill on the way through, and then he's just combat operating all the way through mid, back up to heaven to try and retake onto the site. It's just, it was a one-man army in that round, and unfortunately, no time to try and secure the 5th and final kill needed. Now, we've been able to break the drought of rounds that was starting to pile up. Operator spotted.
Yeah. They know it's in play. That's for sure. ESC just walks silently past the mid sensor, into vents, Syntix aware, but when is the pressure going to be inflicted from ESC in main? Is there going to be a turnaround of attention? VQ wins his engagement, therefore there's a clear avenue into the ace site. Razes needs to find that cover, and quickly he's not able to do so, while Quick simultaneously loses his life. In a matter of 5 seconds, everything goes right for ESC.
There's so many fronts that these players are fighting on, right? And it is because of ESC's doing of wanting to get past that trip in mid, being able to get the kill over towards heaven onto Syntix, and then Razes is being pressured on main, but then at the same time Quicks is being pressured towards CT because he can't cross because of the line of sight, because heaven has been completely overtaken, and even now Beast Mode's going for the hunt.
He is. Lamely though, with a little jiggle wiggle on the crouch, will catch him off guard, but yeah, that's gonna be it for ESC. At least it's the win, right? You're not able to spoil the gun saves into the next round, but it's definitely a solid performance, a rejuvenation, if you will. Both teams have gone 3 wins the other team, then 3 wins the other team. Will we see the same thing now from Bitfix? Will they level up?
Hey, I mean, if they're gonna keep to the pattern, they have the money to do so. They have the weapons that they want to bring in. I don't know if Syntix is playing around with what he's buying to see if he can drop that operator over instead, going for the full rifles. They do have the Steel Garden and also the Cosmic Divide for a retake, but the only issue is when we get to the point of a retake, it feels like ESC already have their claws too latched in on the round, especially with map control, that Bitfix are struggling to get into the positions where they can start to go for retakes like this.
Beastbo smarted, but the fact that his opponent only had half shield makes him an easy pick. Now ESC can walk into the site. Bitfix Gaming do have heaven control, even though they're smoked off. Could definitely spray in the approximate direction of their opponent. Its barrier mesh breaks, and that's when ESC initialize their attack. Martix drops, the flash is good, but he looks away from it. Quicks collapses through the smoke as well. The timing on that push, the timing on that collapse, it has been everything, and Quicks and Martix have been hyper accurate. Link, can he save the day? I think he might be able to, but Razes, you can always count on him to be in the back lines.
Oh, and he had the read as well, just a millisecond off being ready for that full rotation around. It starts off with Shaw casual jump peek into an outlet is never going to favor you. But this is where we need to see it. Gets the first, gets second, gets the third. Here's the step and the shot on the fourth, but millimeters from being able to connect that 180. And honestly, Raz's saves Bitfix from embarrassment in that round.
That round had a multiple personality disorder. It swang so many times. Well, there's no getting away from the guided salvos there, Raz is as acrobatic as you want to be. Not happening.
Yeah, no chance to save this round. Early pickup over towards mid means a little bit more confident to go for the positions there. The only issue is Bitfix want to be proactive and they have just walked and gifted 2 kills to Beast Mode, who wants to pick up 3.
How does he get 2 kills easy to do that? Then you have got an opponent that's flash and can't collect it, Martux. Oh my word. He might have saved the day, but Cullum is able to breathe in, relax, and just find the final kill. Nothing relaxing about that round, by the way.
Yeah, it's the first double kill from Beast Mode, going into a triple from Martux. Going into a double from Cullum with Link, Mr. Travis Mendoza having a leisurely stroll over towards A, and he's over towards screen, so that was a must-needed kill for Cullum there. And now round 12, they've broken the pattern, and now an opportunity to put 8 on the board for ESC with dwindling finances of Bitfix Gaming, but a good situation on the ultimates. Wait, Beast Mode is ahead of this. They might not expect this.
They might not, and Cullum, as soon as a wall breaks through, he's able to find one, but Martux has been on the top of his game. Annihilation dropped, not going to be catching anyone as this just avoided Fiku, though, through the chaos, while ESC is taking a side control. He's going to sneak up from behind. Viper Spit going to be dropped. So is the Steel Guard, and therefore only pistols are required, but Link has got the best pistol of them all! Shorty in his face! Now it's down to Lamely. How does he figure out how he wants to play this? How?
Spike hasn't gone down. Spike can go down, but it won't be under the protective guise of the Viper Sit Pit. So there's an opportunity to walk around, but the only issue is there's 2 players, an ultimate from Brody, and also guided salvos.
Lamely. Cosmic Divide is the best thing he could do. Touches the spike, and now you've got question marks on you. You know, you're not sticking it due to the guided salvos all the time. It could be everything. He's stuck behind! Killing him will mean there's no more Viper Spit, meaning he can rejuvenate all of his health. Now we can get right back onto the spike. It's only been planted, so he does have time. 8 bullets, turns around. Brody misses a shot right back in front of him. Cosmic Divide works in Brody's favor. ESC goes out the half on a high.
Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red, it's not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing. I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sign delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it, run. I might take paper chasing. Looking for the funds. You ain't recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it. Run before I catch you. We get out ball and block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it. Don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Take it ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar.
I'm glad we had a moment to breathe there, because things got a little bit out of hand. Things got crazy. But it was ESC inevitably that ended things on a high note. 8-4, double the score of their opposition, as Bitfix are on damage control. Quick engagement in mid. It's Martix to get the first pickup. It instantly traded, but the question is, do Bitfix quickly react to it?
Well, it does seem like the reaction is starting to go over towards B main. They want to get out. Yuta starting to get plays down, but the only issue is Feku is in front of the smoke.
He is indeed at a lower level. Razis can't really account for him in time, but Lamely is there to back him up on the 1 minute 10 second mark. Bitfix switch up their tempo. Given that Syntix has got full vent control, he says this to his team, come on, join me, we're going to A.
Important kill. Spotted out, so that's going to at least be warning signs, early warning signs for ESC to start to get over onto site. It just depends if Brody can get onto it early enough. He can't. Wants to play from CT, wants to wait for his teammates to come in, but he's going to go for chip damage through the smoke, and look at what it's doing to the HP bars of Bitfix Gaming players. Quicks and Lemely down to 13 and 52 respectfully. It's going to get healed back up though, so that's at least a positive for them, but yeah. Quicks can't heal himself.
Neither Brody or Beast Mode, because they're also struggling on that HP front. But quick rejuvenation, at least for a couple of players, is going to be decent for Bitfix in the post round. Let's see. Looking to break in. Sky Flash is going to be brilliant, and as well as the Vice Flash. Quicks. Quick 1-2 kills there for Bitfix. They got exactly what they came for. They win the pistol.
And it was so unexpected for Bitfix aiming to have 3 players onto site, right? You can just even see Link being so scared to get it from those ropes into heaven because of the early pressure they had towards that position. It wasn't cleared out by the players that came rotating through CT. So it was a little bit disjointed for that retake, and Bitfix Gaming took well advantage of it, right? Like you said, they healed up the players that were low and then put the disparity in HP back in favor of themselves. And we saw what they did with it, able to isolate the ones, keep Link from joining the party.
Yeah, one of the reasons ESC had such a, I would say in quotations, dominant first half was given the fact that they were able to win 3 in a row, right? They won the bonus. And I think Bitfix could definitely be in the conversation of doing that if they can keep all of their rifles to the next round. Beast Mode is not going to make that easy, though, as he doubles up.
It's the spike as well in main, and he's low HP, but he's still able to get another one, which is absolutely absurd. It's still down to a 2v2 because Martix is able to get that trade finally. It is able to retrieve the spike, but the only thing that's not retrievable is weapons from ESC.
Link is so smart to back off of that, knew that someone would be approaching quickly, so doesn't go for the engagement. Barrier mesh drops, but Razis has got his number. He's just chilling, vibing, holding that corner as soon as Link pops out. How does he pre-fire that position? He does so much more damage. And it doesn't look like the Gravnet will land on time. Link instead drops, try to isolate. Wow, he's doing so much damage, finds a dink, but can't get the second shot in. Can't pull it through. Brody can't help himself but giggle. He knew how close his teammate got to that.
Yeah, but it's not only just how close he got to that kill down onto site. Razis was also hiding in middle because of his lack of HP, right? And it just got 2 precarious players on low HP, players with weapons that should never be getting kills, never be getting multis against Bulldogs. Doing so, Beast Mode, a major damage factor in the previous round, now up onto rifles. See what they can actually do when they've been fully kitted out.
Indeed. Stunning early, Martix thinking if he wants to go for the smoke, he's got the reinforcements. Look, having a couple Bulldogs, having the Hero Phantom could put them in the conversation. Thankfully, Beast Mode, he's got the Shrouded Step, but he can't not get away. That Gravnet, man, so annoying. Annihilation coming through as well. A lot being expended from Bitfix, seemingly thinking they've got a chance.
Well, while all that chaos was happening over towards B main, Link's managed to walk down mid and get a kill. A dog threw out onto site. He's going to spot out Column. So Bitfix have a little bit more information to work with, but they're not re-clearing out mid. So that's going to always be in the back of their mind, worried about a flank. You can even see them starting to check it on timing. They have to pull the trigger and go to a site. They have to make a decision soon enough. But while that's happening...
is so tempted to take the pick. He takes the pick and get the pick. He takes a peek and gets a pick. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Martux has to bring things back here. But the thing is, ESC have got all the information they need, which is why you can see Brody closing in the distance. Martix closes up the distance himself, but Link Capri's from the skies. He is the answer to their prayers. Spray down's a bit rough. Lamely, can he reconfigure on time? The answer is a resounding yes. The bonus goes to Bitfix.
That kill from Column is massive, right? Just to bring it into an opportunity back, like for ESC to actually walk away with it. But Lamely gets the first onto Link, readjusts into Heaven, puts 3 on the board for Bitfix Gaming. ESC down to Sheriffs.
Bring your best.
No crazy ultimates online that you can make like a little pocket play possibly with the Column and a shorty. There's nothing. Instead, they put focuses over towards mid. Brute and Viper playing in tandem.
Poison's off.
If you're ESC, you can't be comfortable. Not at all after that. Not that they cared the first half when Bitfix got a 3-round consecutive streak. They were to quickly drop things back in their favor. But this feels a little bit more sufficient, a little bit stronger, resilient from Bitfix. They're on the verge of getting a 4th in a row.
Yeah, and Beastman has been left on a complete island here, right? You have the Vice wall over towards A that's locking them in. You have the wall from Deadlock over towards mids. Managed to get out into CT in time for this to be a full free site for Bitfix.
30 seconds left.
ESC have every single piece of their aggressive utility, which is why they might just have a chance. Though the guided salvos aren't afforded onto the site. Instead, they want to clear out Heaven so they can move in together. 5-player stack. 4-player stack, actually, because Beast Mode is going to look for the extra angle here. Quicks is got the Sky Supremacy. That is so freaking tasty. He's going to lick his lips and run away. Bitfix have found the equalizer. ESC yet to have a say on this offensive.
Yeah, Quicks has the high ground. Gets a couple of nice kills, even almost transfers over towards CT. But it was an eco round. There was a lot of pressure and just, of course, a position going overlooked. But when we're coming into this one now, it's back onto the weapons. Column has that operator back out now. Still, there's a lack of ultimates for ESC online. When you're looking at Bitfix Gaming, if they can get out onto site with Lamelius and Quicks, it can almost force ESC into a retake early on.
Indeed. Link is in trouble. Some damage will be taken. Never mind. Avoids it.
How?
And takes off the net. Getting a pick in the process. I have no answer to the how question.
And especially with a gap being in the smoke, he should never been able to not only get away with kill, but get out alive. And that's 2 early kills. Make that 3 now for ESC.
Finally something going right for them, right? Finally having a buy going in the right direction. Sure, you've got to always respect players like Quicks and Razes. They've proven time and time again they can convert rounds out of thin air.
Enemy remaining.
But I think when Link is on your case, when he's knocking on the back door, there's not much you can do. ESC not allowing Bitfix Gaming to get the lead here. They are the ones in control and want that to be known. Yeah, just in time, getting that grab net off
to readjust onto the kill coming through mid. Massive kill, but also the fact that he can survive through all that utility cool calm like a cucumber under the pressure, while also his teammates are pushing A, trying to get that early pick onto the extremities that we've seen Bitfix Gaming going for. But instead, this time, we're seeing a little bit of a different switch up. We have 4 over towards A, while we have Quicks being this solo player towards mid. Only issue is there's 3 players from Bitfix ESC pushing main.
Yeah, Colin. Oh, instead of TPing out the first time, sticks around for a second kill, works superbly. And now if he just pulls the trigger on the next player, peeking him, he'll get a triple on the operator. You don't often see so many kills go in the hands of the scoped player. But Cullen makes it look easy.
Flash placed.
Well, similar situation, Syntax and Quicks in the 2v4.
Posts up even closer. Oh no, that's not what you expect from him. Come on, give him the ace! Colin! An absolute beast! Shows himself off.
Hey, I was talking about a similar situation to before, and it's the same results for ESC, and it's just the second kill here, the 3rd kill for the jumpy from Lamelli through the smoke. He misses a shot, an opportunity for Bitfix Gaming to capitalize, but instead, the shorty comes out, shuts down any possibility, readjusts for the trade, the follow-up from Quicks. That's a flashy way to put 10 on the board.
Oh yeah. Very flashy, flamboyant. And now it seems like ESC are lined up correctly. Cullen bringing him very much into play here. Relevant. Dimensional Drift shows exactly where the Bitfix players are. Even though he reveals himself through the smoke, it's a bit too risky, and Bitfix are able to answer in kind. But Brody, having heaven control, spray down goes a bit rough, but is Brody there to save the day? That got a bit scrappy, didn't it? It wasn't very comfortable.
I'm going to give Cullen the benefit of the doubt of getting out of his ultimate in the middle of 3 players, in the middle of a smoke. Maybe he's just going off the high from the previous round, especially since getting an entry into this one. Yeah, he's 1 HP.
True. Technically he had a 6k, right? Because he got an ace. And then in the next round, he got first blood.
True.
Maybe he was just feeling himself a little bit too much. He felt like he was
on the right wavelength, right? He just kill after kill after kill. And the fashion that he did it, right, in round 18, you have to commend him. But coming into this one now, Link's ult's online, Viper's Pit is being popped out over towards mid, so when Bitfix want to go for a little something a bit different, want to have a look over towards mid, because a lot of the times it was over towards the mains and towards the extremities of the map that they were initially looking for in this big pack that they're running around with of the 4 players. One's already been shut down. The second has been shut down twice in a row by Column, and it's possibly even going to be a scary 3rd if they start to go over towards A with the operator posted up on a long angle. And they want to clear out B main.
They do. Oh, ESC completely destroy them within the Viper's Pit. Well, if you challenge a Viper in his own domain, he will excel, will he not? Lamelli in a 1v4, now drawing it to 1v3 with barely any health on him, and the spike miles away. This inevitably seems like an ESC round.
Obscuring vision.
You'd want to say that. Maybe I got the names wrong, you know, it was a Syntax 1v4. No, it was actually the Lamelli 1v4, 5 HP, spike down in mids. It shouldn't get to a precarious situation. Doesn't look like he's even wanting to go for it, right? 10 seconds left, hasn't moved out from spawn. And I just want to take this moment to highlight, this is why you guys don't shift walk into a Viper's ult as 4 without having cleared something out. Or have a backstab, because the only issue is they've walked through mid, they're all down onto 1 HP, which means the spray down from Link into vents here. Look how low they are. It takes 1 bullet realistically to hit. Brody coming in from support from Mail as well with a shorty. There's just no chance for these players. And make it even worse, you have Link jumping around the corner at the end of time, getting a right click into the face.
Bitfix This is their last chance to stick around here on splits. We knew Lotus is going to be a strong point for them. They would have loved to be in a little bit stronger, a stronger contender here on this split side of things. Let's see if they can actually make it work. Still guarding onto site, forcing one player onto the pistol, but he's got himself a shorty. Does half damage onto Razes. Is it good enough for the cleanup? It feels like ESC are on the outside looking in on this, especially with the barrier mesh dropping in front of them. That's going to delay them substantially. And the spike dropping without Bitfix losing a single player. This looks like a solid hold. Smoke fades. Quick's quick to react. Link on fire. But is this enough? Sonic sensor dealt with. And Beast Mode looking to throw his paranoia to allow Link to drop in as well. Beast Mode wins his fight, but Link is a little bit scruffy with that one. Bitfix had the advantage. It was a hard ask to begin with, but they do stick around in this game, and that's the important part.
Yeah, what a nasty entry as well onto Column, right? That is one of the things that has been a hard stop for them when it comes over towards A, with the operator out over towards ramp or peeking from main. And in a failed swoop of Raz's satcheling, Column's completely taken off the board, and that's an easy pathway for Bitfix into the A site with the advantage in numbers and also picking up a couple of kills as ESC is starting to rotate over. It's too much of an ask from the supporting players of ESC.
Look how far Razes has already been able to explore. Annihilation catching Link. Oh, yeah, he's not getting out of this cocoon, is he? Yeah. Goodbye. Martix wants to double down. Brody disallows. How about that? But look at this. Lamely is in this corner. You don't often check this in a deep fashion. Still, it is a trade. But Bitfix are the ones on top in numbers, and Fuku wanting to stop them from planting.
But look how important this position towards main is, right? Not only to cancelling the plan, but also using the ultimate as Column starts to get close. Finishes, when do you pull the trigger on the ult? Is it after you get a kill from Razes?
Column is so damn clean with it. Doesn't quite connect on the second shot. Rolling Thunder, though, could assist him in this case. Takes a slow peek through, and Quicks is no more. Syntix locked in. They know exactly where he is now. 6 bullets, and he needs to deal with 2 players. Can't sidestep the stun, and he's right next to the wall. That is an expert retake by the 2 remaining ESC players. VQ and Column are able to get it done.
And in the fashion that they do it, right? You're looking at that last round. It's just flare on top of flare from that operator.
Indeed. Indeed. It was an excellent performance all across the board from ESC. Now, look, Bitfix were keeping close score, right? They were, coming in with some streaks of rounds. It wasn't, that one round after ever so many. They were able to create some streaks for themselves. You've got some really strong points to point out for them, especially on the defensive, right? On the defense, they had some, proactivity to the play. I think that retakes was probably the most highlight worthy, but yeah, there were many moments players like Razes popped off, so it kept the game very, very, very competitive. But in the end, it was ESC that managed to create most of these streaking rounds.
Yeah, and I think just even looking in this replay, right, it was such a flip-floppy game in the sense of you had multi-kills going left, right, and center within the same round, and it just felt like that was just being repeated so often. And I think it speaks to the caliber of players that we do actually have, not only in this matchup, but also in this split overall, that they have the skill to get away with some of those kills as well.
Indeed, indeed. And even though when you look at the scoreboard, nothing looks, extremely one-sided, right? It doesn't look like one player completely popped off. Sure, you've got some good scores overall. There were some crazy, crazy moments. I think Column is in the conversation for the most craziest of them all with the operator ace. But yeah, there were many highlight-worthy moments that make you wonder, okay, are we going to have more of that as the game progresses, as the series progresses? Because let's ground ourselves here. It's not the end of the series. ESC won their own map pick. That's just the start. We knew this game was going to be competitive, and knowing how strong Bitfix are on their home turf, it's going to be a tall order for Link and Co. ESC all together to get themselves the 2-0. Let's see if they're capable of doing it, or if Bitfix can be the resistance to that.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And I wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man, get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mixed up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. If we didn't get it by 9, then you're kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire in the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you bump up, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Icon.
I know we only met just now, and can see you here. You know the trees near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear. I hear you feel. Shake it thirsty beat. I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty. Like a snitch in me. Now wake up. Wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt you hard. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hard. You can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Shoot me, you can't afford it. I am the pilot, you're just a tourist. I threw a decoy in a valley, and if you stand here a while, so don't panic. No, I better than dancing myself. Better be safe to get into heaven. Just be yourself and you end up in hell. Do as I say and I might break the spell. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hard. You can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch.
We're back for the second map of the series between ESC Gaming versus Bitfix Gaming. ESC have the leaders. They just won their own map pick on Split. But now it's time for another frontier. It's time for the second one, where Bitfix Gaming is going to be able to play on their own home ground.
Yeah, I think home ground is the nice way to say this. This is an absolute graveyard for the teams that come up against them on it, right? They have played it 9 times and they have won it 9 times. And that is just this year, right? In the last couple of months, in 2025, latest has been Bitfix's map. And especially when we're looking at on the opposite side of ESC, they've had some success on it, right? They've played it also a fair amount of times, like they think 5-1 for their win-loss on this. It's more of the fact that does Brody have the big brain here to figure out what Bitfix were doing that was so important for their victory?
Yeah, you probably have to go to the VODs here, and you have had some time to kind of go through it, process what this Vita would look like. If you are going to ban the send, Lotus will come into play. So that's exactly what we'll be seeing here. And look, it's going to be a tough one for ESC to make sure they get a 2-0. Quick's fixing up his camera, unless he thinks it's better to have it, you know, in that angle. A chin cam, if you will. I just love myself these these angles. Looking into the bedrooms as well. A bit of character is always nice to see. It adds to the experience. Get to see a little bit more of the personality of these players. But yeah, it's cheeky bomb time for Bitfix Gaming. If they don't win this, and they may as well see themselves into the lower bracket.
One thing I want you to keep in mind, obviously we're starting off on the attack, and if you're looking at the composition, they have a triple sentinel, no duelists, one initiator, one controller. This is the highest win rate side. They have 73% win rate on attacking rounds.
Bitfix going to group up together towards the A site, and we'll be walking to one sneak out of another. It's quick to get the early collection onto Cullum, and now you can hear Fiku screaming he needs help.
Hope and pray reinforcements come in soon, but the only issue is they've been walled off. But Fiku doesn't need reinforcement. He's going to take the kill, pick up the mantle himself.
All he needs is someone to distract him for just a mere moment. Waltzes in and out of battle, gets a two-piece before he drops. He's done his job now. The rest of ESC have got to make a 3v3 happen.
Starting to close in on these positions, especially with Brody taking a deep position over towards this tree. He's going to be wary that there's no one else coming from the flank and putting the attention towards sight.
Link pressured first as Bitfix choose to waltz forwards just a little bit. Lamely opting out of that aggressive position initially. Brody now can make his presence known towards tree. Here comes the kills though, as Quicks already collects a triple. Oh, jumping bunnies, but it's Lamely to get his shots through in the end. Bitfix go first on the score sheet.
I think that's something that ESC are going to have to be wary of, obviously, with the triple sentinel, is how deep some of these players can be. You have realistically 3 players that can lurk. You're obviously looking over towards Syntax and Martix to be the main lurkers, and Raz is your usual duelist going onto the Sage, being that entry onto site, being able to wall off places like over towards stairs, or when you're getting out onto C to get the elevated position. So there's a lot of things that they can do with this composition. It's just more of a question of how ESC, with one of the more meta comps, can deal with this.
Indeed, indeed. You've got to be a little bit more cautious in a way. Bitfix though should be able to just drop in here. Not much resistance found. ESC likely to just stay gripped, chill together, maybe find the power of friendship.
Spike planted.
Always good to have friends.
No flank look or any sort of pressure from the behind. All the players are ahead of them from ESC, and they're just trying to poke and prod the issues. The wall still up towards CT and the wall up towards main. There's a lot of things to deal with.
Not only angles, elevations, the y-axis is a tricky one. The barrier mesh not allowing you across to the site either, the delay time becoming an ever-increasing factor. Bitfix closing on the distance. They know that now it's a matter of dying to the spike explosion. Fiku make sure that they don't take any more steps forward in their direction, at least so they don't give off any more orbs in their opponent's favor. And there you have it, couple of suicides to the spike explosion as Bitfix go 2-0 on the board.
And you saw towards the end, right, when obviously they are going for the save, they're not trying to really take onto the site, but the fact that you have the layer up of Martix and Syntax's utility on site with the trip and the stun on top of each other, you run into that trip, or you hit that trip, that stun's gonna pop. And if it was a real retake, right, there was still players sticking around, they're really going for this, it was like rifle rounds, that is such a little death trap area that they can set up on site. It makes me scared for what we're going to see onto the defense as well from Bitfix here.
Indeed. But ESC, this is their best chance to start getting things working for them on this defensive side, start the machine rolling. It looks like they're not really going to allow Bitfix to settle in. They're pressuring from multiple directions, but the comfort of having the barrier mesh to keep them back is massive for Bitfix.
Barrier mesh, Sage Roll, trips, cages towards him, there's everything hit and covered, and Brady's going to make a good opportunity.
He finds a gap, exploits it twice. Link makes it thrice. There is nothing that Bitfix could do after that initial breakaway. ESC, that was cleaner than I ever thought they could have actually made it work.
It almost felt like a death trap, right? When we were looking at stuff coming
Yeah.
in, when you saw the Deadlock utility, the Sage utility, the Cypher utility, it made B almost appearing like this impenetrable fortress, but it is Brody that steps forward to start chipping away at it, right? Getting rid of at least one block of that Sage wall and also kill. You have the follow-up from his teammates, the reinforcements. One by one, the Sentinels and the utility that they gather fall and allow for a retake from ESC. Was that the cats outside or was that you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Bit fixed. Okay, what can they make work here? Sure, you lose one round, it's your bonus. No worries. I want to make sure you can start chiming things together. This is your own map pick. You don't really have the delicacy of dropping to the decider.
Now, starting to walk over towards C. They bait out that wall. Oh, an opportunity. Link, smoke's fading. You can't stand out in the open and not expect to get punished.
Nope. Bitfix quickly regather their thoughts. Instead of doubling down on C, they move towards the other side of the map completely. Only one defender here, by the way, and it's beast mode.
Blinding.
His job is to buy time and buy opportunity for rotates to come through.
They know where he is. But he still gets away with one pick. No way. And the stun on the back of their position allows them to get a second pickup before he drops. That's actually pretty huge. ESC have had time to rotate over. Even though Syntix wants to go for a lurk of his own, it doesn't work off. The B site is the only one which is open, but Cullum is still nearby.
It's not exactly a free invitation on the way in. Although the spike's going to go down, he spotted out both of these players, wants to deny it.
But you have to walk back into the site if you TP out of it already. So there is no time to move. Cullum, the way he juggles those different positions was so seamless, so fluid. And ESC are right back on even ground.
10 seconds left. Spike down. B.
Okay. 2-2. Bitfix again, struggling with money. Opportunities to ESC to start to stretch the lead, not ignoring what happened in the pistol and the follow-up. Obviously, you can throw that behind you as long as you're winning these rifle rounds. And with a couple of ultimates starting to come online, you have Cullums as well for the retake. But Bitfix, they like the success they got before on B in regards to taking the site, but can they defend it this time?
Damn, okay. More of that, maybe. More of that. Well, of course, when you've got the spray power potential here from ESC, it's going to make your lives a little bit more difficult. Lamely had only one choice there. Go forwards or backwards, and he had to take the forwards position. Now, little by little chipping away at the attacking side. You're looking for damage, but you're not going to find it. ESC to quickly gain the lead.
Starting to get the read on what BFG are wanting to do with the utility on site as well. There's copying and doing the same utility. Repeating. I forgot the word repeating.
That's fine.
Repeating the utility, right? When they're coming out over towards B, but the only difference is this time they wanted to take the fight. They had the lower money. They knew they had to take the initiative somewhere. That decided to be over towards Link and over towards the Hobbit area, but the only issue is they're getting stunned, aftershocked, pushed out into the open where two players are ready and waiting to play off of each other.
Well, Grafnet's going to keep him in place. Link trying to be at the right place at the right time. I think the most important part for him is that he's grouped up with his team as they try to take space control to their spawn side of things. That one way will delay them, so Bitfix are going to get a simple plant here.
They're not going for the plan. Before they take CT control and they want to put even some of the utility from the deadlock just to make this even more of a precarious area. If they try to retake with an ult or two from Fecker or Cullum.
Nice little stun. Showstopper coming through, but again, the sonic sensor does stop Cullum's aggression. He's able to get a one before he's knocked out by the Rolling Thunder. Somehow Lamely is able to stick to his position. And having that high ground is huge. If it's not shown early, you could get away with quite a lot. That's exactly what it does. First pickup, doesn't need to engage, chooses the right-hand side. It doesn't quite work out. Still though, Bitfix staying alive. Raz is putting pressure on them, but bringing out the resurrection while he tries to go ring around the Rosie. It works superbly. Quix is able to chime in as well. Bitfix stay in control throughout the chaos.
Raz is just rezzing his teammate, not sticking around to protect the body. He's just a distraction. Allows him to reposition towards backside, get lost in the chaos. And up over the top gets his final kill of the round. And it's just absolute madness of what's going on onto the site as they start coming through. You have smokes towards mid-site, you have Rolling Thunders being traded back and forth, you have a Resurrection coming through, you also have the Showstopper coming out. There were so many different things going on onto that site. And the fact that Bitfix were able to keep a hold and keep a lid on it is important.
Yeah, I was wondering why Beast Mode was trying to inch his way forwards there. He was out in the open, didn't really have much cover, to be honest. He was a bit late to get himself into the right angle, therefore he will be punished. And those little mistakes can amount to a lot.
Brody's been put on timeout.
Spike down already.
Brody's been put on timeout towards Covey. He's been walled in that corner.
Told to stand on one leg.
Ultimate. Oh,
A sense that they might actually have a chance. It seems that the cocoon has landed. Therefore, ESC already down in numbers. Cullum realizes, yeah, that's not going to work out for me. And Bitfix deny their opponents the opportunity to gain the lead.
you can see the idea what they wanted to go for, right? In regards to using the Armageddon over towards Rubble, especially with Link on the flank. The only issue is the main full from the ult gets caught in the cocoon. Okay. Cullum repeating what he's doing on Split. Bringing that operator prowess into this one. A little bit of flair towards the end. And it's important that they keep that operator alive, right? Because their money situation isn't the best. They would not have been able to reinvest into this one. Yeah, that's nasty.
Yeah. We see Cullum on the highlight reels, but it was Bitfix that came out on top in that round. And yeah, you said it. It's important to carry the operator over because money is looking weak. But with that same logic, ESC cannot lose this round.
They have a couple of win conditions that they can look to use into this one, right? You have Link's Steel Garden, you have decent control, or at least space over towards Rubble. When those smokes do drop, they'll have a little bit more information that A has been vacated.
Deep exploration for Link. But Cullum holding the angle is the most crucial of them all. He was patient not to shoot at the Prowler and go for the second swing, but it's a quick one from Razes. Can't really account for it on time, trying to lock in Link's position, and he's able to do it. Cullum, if that connected, that would have been brilliant, superb. Any more adjectives that try to explain that? I am impressed. Either way, Bitfix have got themselves the numbers and have locked ESC out of this.
Especially with Lamely being in this position, they're going to attempt to clear it out. Does find success, but the only issue is his teammate falls over towards Waterfall, which is another point that now has fallen in control of Bitfix Gaming. And especially with the wall over towards CT, they cannot go for this one. They want to keep the operator alive as long as possible into the next. Like, it can be a win condition. We've seen rounds where it's been the only thing that's been required. But the only issue is he's not in the right places at the right time. Or when he is over towards C, there's too much utility for him to survive and play around.
Indeed. Look, ESC historically have found a lot more success on that attacking side, so I don't think they're too worried in leaving this one behind. Actually, it's a bit coin flip, because I'm looking at maps like, you know, the one against Mir, where they had 4 rounds and a half, lost 4-8 on the defensive, and then went on to win 9-1 on the attack, winning the series 13-9. And then you've got matches like the one with Little Mix, where they completely went berserk on the attack with a 9-3 already. Actually, no, it's very much attacking sided from them, looking at overall. It's just a matter of having enough of a buffer for yourself to give you the comfort of the comeback later on.
Talking about comfort, they can at least have a moment to breathe, recalibrate their thoughts. utilizing a timeout early on, wanting to get a little bit more rounds in this half, right? We were talking about how much buffer that you can get into going into their attack, which is one of their favorite sides. But the only question I have is, Big Fix with Triple Sentinel. Sure, you're not necessarily expecting them to be fighting heavy for Mound, but when they do switch over to that defense, they're going to have a lot of agents that can lock down a site. For ESC, it's going to be harder to navigate that one, so getting as many rounds as they can now on their defense is going to be hyper important to them.
Indeed. Let's see if they're able to do it. Not the buy round ESC would have liked right now. Likely the timeout, if any plans were laid out, were for the next round, the round after this. But you do have some weapons that can put a lot of damage onto your opponents. And if you group up, finding early pickups doesn't make your chances in this one impossible. Leaving the rifle to Beast Mode was the right choice as he doubles up with Fiku chiming in as well. ESC with a numbers advantage, albeit given control over A.
Is there an opportunity to recover these rifles, right? Especially with these two players splitting up, one player staying a little bit deeper over towards Hobbit door. Quick's been a solo player towards site. In one, he does get that Nightfall online.
Oh man. Still Garden does land in both players' position. Pistol now in the hands of Syntix, able to surprise one, but can't really account for Brody's push. 1v2. It's the numbers game for ESC. Can you call the trade? You know exactly where Quicks is. He does draw out the horns to try to put more pressure on his opponents. Oh, what a swing by Quicks! But Cullum was there for the bounce, was there to have his teammates back. Operator in hand. It's brilliant stuff from ESC, even when you start this round with two rifles.
Yeah, especially when you're looking towards the first initial engagement, it does come back to that operator that was saved over. And it's important connecting that last shot, getting the defuse, getting a fourth on the board, starting to close this gap again now. An opportunity to even equalize, which when we were looking at the train of rounds that we started seeing together, this back and forth, it seems like 3 is the magic number for both of these teams. When we even look into the 3-3-3 back and forth, the couple of rounds that we saw on split, this is an opportunity now for ESC to start feeling themselves a little bit more in this map, right? Because majority of the time it's been BFG.
Big friendly giant. But they're not too friendly, are they? No, they're not giants, they're regular sized. They're made of bits. And they're fixed.
Together.
Maybe. Ones and zeros. It's a binary code. Albeit our nonsense. This is a really high impact round for Bitfix. If they win this, they can actually do a lot to ESC's economy. It's not like they've been able to build up the sufficient funds to keep things going. A little bit of poke and prod towards the right, but the real meat and potatoes of this round is that left side.
And there's also the fact that Beast Mode's re-cleared deeper in, that the rotates are staying in place on C.
You can see the Razor Vines dropping. It does delay the push initially, but ESC have got the right read on this. Look how many players have stuck onto this A site, the C site rather. All 5! Bitfix are great to read it though, and instantly maneuver towards B.
Yeah, and they've no time to make it over towards A, so it has to be on towards this B side. The wall has already been dealt with, or at least the Sage one. Now they have to deal with the Deadlock one. And also look at Razz's position. He's going for an absolute wonder.
He is. Brody spots it. He gets annoyed. You can see the frustration in his face knowing he's got to deal with that quickly. But the stun does come through a little bit late at that. Now, Cullum asked to do a lock here. You've also got Beast Mode trying to lurk from the back lines, but he's also worried of where on earth is that player lurking. He's found himself back in Hobbit. Lamely able to spray down. It doesn't come down to him as he's got the assistance of Syntix. Beast Mode in a 1v3. Too damn hard. Bitfix Gaming are able to at least guarantee they'll be at equal ground at half-time.
One rifle, I think, is the max that you could even see ESC coming away with. But instead, it looks like Cullum's going to be opting to drop some sheriffs over towards his teammates, but even in that short snippet of the replay, you can see how suppressive some of the utility that Bitfix have once they get onto this B site. You have the Sage Wall towards City, that got dealt with relatively quick, but then you then have Martyrs' one, and then on top of that, you have the stuns coming out when they try to flood out. It's just a death sentence.
Indeed it is. I wonder if they can make it work with sheriffs. Last time they won on a Thrifty, it was with 2 rifles at least in play. Cullum flying under the radar, not for long. Quicks is the one flying. He's the one in command of the skies.
Quick's got
Thinking on the
walled
other
up.
end. Yeah, you're right. Just get to spoil his opponent's party there. Spoil all the fun. Party pooper. Now, C-Site taken over though. This should be simple matters for Bitfix. ESC, it's all about the following round. It doesn't matter if they do damage. It doesn't matter if they kill any of their opponents. Every single one of them have got cash to spare, to say the least.
But it's
Yes.
not even on the conversation of not wanting to give kills over for the ult orbs. You kind of want Link to go die to one of them, or at least try and get a couple of kills, because it's not as if you're risking getting the ult online. Sure, Syntax is, but he's a little bit too far away for it to be too much of a factor into the last round unless he goes nuclear. So it'd be nice to see Link die to a player in a nice way. But again, his is so far away.
Yeah. And you don't know how close Syntax is to his ult as well, so you want to be sure
Last round in the half.
that it's not going to be an issue. But no, a little bit further away with 3 orbs to his name on that, but his team does have sufficient ultimates to spare. ESC, if they end this half on 5 rounds, I think that's a big positive from them. They're still in this game. Giving Bitfix an 8 doesn't give me confidence.
Yeah, and this triple sentinel composition seems to be something yes, you're having trouble to deal with. Although taking Mound has not been an issue, so they're going to consistently be going for that. But the only thing is, sorry, taking Rebel, the only thing is Mound is under threat.
Takes a while for that door to go all the way around 360 degrees. Cullum is patient throughout it all. Knew what his task was. Eyes on the prize, and Martix have just been collected.
And especially with that door being opened, they are scared of it. There's a wall going to come out for the res, but there's the Armageddon. Is he going to survive? Just about.
It's flooding them into the site, which means Link can come into the fight quickly. Quick somehow doubles up, and this is still competitive. 2v3. Bitfix will be able to get themselves onto the C site, but ESC have got the numbers.
They also have the numbers, but they also have Feku's.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. We are back, and as we had no idea, apparently the stream was running with an optimal frames for everyone, but now hopefully the viewing experience can be better. So we offer this flower to you, everyone, and we hope you accept it as we move into the second round of the second half of the second map.
Yeah, let's get into this as soon as possible. And Razes is putting his best foot forward to not skip a beat. Gets the first, gets the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth is easy pickings for the Sage on the Marshall.
Well, that's a great way to get rid of that second round and make a way for lost time. It went how you would expect. A second round win for Bitfix is what we anticipated, given that they had the better weapons. They came into this, against pistols. A longer distance from the Marshals will do a lot of work. But this was just another level of dominance.
It was nice. It was clean. And yeah, like you said, it was just getting back into the game after an extended break. Back to some sense of normality now. Bonus round for Bitfix. And yeah, it's not necessarily crazy to see them not fighting deep for main, especially with that smoke cutting off the angles of this Marshall, not letting it get to use. We're fighting for the sight hit now.
Indeed. Stun isn't going to affect Bitfix too much. They're able to vacate the premises without too many issues. Although, you start to wonder, when are ESC going to be able to gain full access to the site? Because they haven't yet, right? They've only gathered just a part of it, breaking the wall to give also Cullum a way out, but also other players a way in. Razes just able to find one and escapes the safety. Never mind, spoke too quick. Cullum to stop it. Now, Martix will have to make noise to break that Hobbit door. So ESC could be aware, but if you find the right moment when a lot of spraying is going on, when you're not listening to audio cues, he might have a chance to break through to the back line. Quicks with the first pickup. Spike only just went down. Lamely, great timing on the swing there. He's able to catch up to them. He's got the stinger, and he's really pacey with his approach, Cullum. So many different positions you've got to take care of, and I am afraid he won't be able to do that. Bitfix to get on double digits.
Gun here. Gun here.
Team Ace.
Yeah, double digits. Yeah. And even though this round wasn't necessarily a quick round, it was more of a quick conclusion to what we're going to be seeing out of the round, right? A was being given up for free, especially towards the deep angles, so ESC were able to scale up. But the only thing is when you're playing against this triple sentinel composition, Cypher has C unlocked, even has a deep camera over towards man, so you can take that peeking, opening it on inconsistent timings, and just check that it's still clear. Deadlock wall on towards B, same goes for utility. That means everyone's attention's over towards A, which is where you have the stage slows, the stage walls, and there's so many things that ESC have to deal with, and they can just wait for the gunfights to come to them from the side of Bitfix.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a bit rough for ESC. Suddenly, they find themselves up against the wall. Tough times. Bitfix look to make Lotus their own. And Icebox seems like it's very much on the agenda.
Unless?
I
mean, it is going to be a difficult way for ESC. I don't know. I'm trying to will it into existence just to see someone be able to take this map off of Bitfix, right? Again, if they were able to convert this one, they would be like 10-0 this year on this map, which is like incredible for a composition that really is running back the days. So it is a bookie one. It's completely off meta realistically. You haven't got any of the newer agents coming in. Instead, you're running for that triple sentinel. And now with players spotted out towards Mound.
30 seconds left.
Martix going to be playing aggressively onto this angle. ESC do have some replies of their own. Pretty damn accurate on the Sheriffs, but is that enough? That's the question. They may have the space to get the spike down, but as soon as Bitfix reconfigure, actually with the rifles now in play, they're very much in this round. Paranoia sure will affect their view. Oh, they won't be able to get the spike down on time. Interrupted, and Link is going to have to rely on his shooting power. Bitfix are going to avoid all engagements during that time, and even though Link will be alive by the end of this one, it's still going to be Bitfix with a round win.
That's all we need.
They made a good case for it. Again, it's full sheriffs. You can't really expect way too much, even though we're seemingly in the challenger circuit that just have all of the thrifties. But they did put the best foot forward, right? But the only issue is, again, all the players are here because they can rotate so quickly and so freely between sites, along with all the players that had been spotted out over towards C early on.
Well, ESC show their intent early by spending a flash out and putting Cullum very aggressively. This is their last result. Lose this, you've lost the map, and it's Icebox. That's just the guarantee at this point. They already feel a bit out of it, but realistically saying this is just the final nail in the coffin. They are just poking and prodding here, but it was all a matter of timing. Razes gets a bit ahead of himself over that smoke. Fiki is ready for it, and there's a two-man advantage now for ESC.
Still uncomfortable for ESC to be working with, since a lot of the players have started shifting over towards this direction, but there's opportunities to isolate 1v1s, but Lameli is the one that comes out on top. A TP out to safety. And Syntax is even taking up the mantle of the position over towards stairs. Should they split over into B, they're going to have to get past Martix, and are they going to clear this corner?
Oh! Initially they didn't. Beast Mode had to check around twice. That got scary. Still, that's their open end to the B site. Sure, there are some sonic sensors around that could be trouble. The fact that they leave Link behind to deal with any player trying to leave from A and enter Hobbit can be shut down. You don't want to be peeking Lamely though too often. He will be able to deal with you. Repositioning himself again, better in his chair, shaking his head. Hydrating. Other cameras switched around. There's no way he's moving around while drinking water.
No, that's beast mode, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, that doesn't make much sense, does it?
Maybe he's gaming with his feet, who knows?
Or just that he's a one-hand Andy, you know, just playing both with a mouse and a keyboard. Yeah, a trackpad, but there's also that, you know there was that super cool gamer thing that was a mouse and keyboard in one. I don't know what it is, what it's called.
Wait, no?
You know it exists, right? Like it was a very, hardcore thing in mid-2010s.
I didn't know gaming was a thing in 2010, Pavlos. I got into gaming because of COVID.
Oh, so you're a COVID gamer?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Nice. Bang on.
I got into console because of COVID, because some of my friends from school told me to get it, and then I got fed up of having to use Discord on my phone and got a PC.
I love that. I love that. All right, ESC. An early use of from the shadows to figure out what the setup looks like to the defensive of this site. Will be affected by the trap, although his teammates will clear it out for him. Cullum looking aggressive with this one, but you don't want to overstep your welcome. You've been given access to the site without being traded. Now you need to stick the landing. But Bitfix, on the other hand, are going to play aggressive. Play for a smoke push? That's ridiculous. They still get away with it though. Somehow deny the spike plant. Nightfall gonna hinder their senses as well as do a little bit of damage. Prowler on the chase. What on earth is gonna happen here? Syntax getting the first pick. They pull the brakes a little bit, knowing that the pressure is all on their opponent's column. Desperate to find a pick. They need one quick. They don't have the pressure of time, but knowing that all these Pitfix players are around, toying with them, playing with them. Haunt comes in, but it's Razes' bullet that finds its way into Cullum's heart. We need some Link magic for ESC. Can he bring it to the table? Can he bring the rabbit out of the hat? Can he bring the Avada Kedavra? I do not think so. It's quick to deal with them the old-fashioned way, with hot lead to the face. And Bitfix Gaming are on that point.
I love how innovative Bitfix Gaming are. You can even see in the replay there, the Sage Wall goes up over towards Waterfall and it stops that common plant. It's not necessarily a super safe one that a lot of teams sometimes go for, but it's the one that you can see from Mound that we saw the highlight from Jazz get yesterday, that Jazz was able to get yesterday from that position. It stops that plant there, and it also puts 3 people up on the wall, which they even stay up on the wall for a long periods of time.
Well, the Annihilation isn't going to help their case. It doesn't really connect, but the Armageddon is there as a counteraction. Thing is, Fiku's got himself the spike, so losing it here is suboptimal,
A.
to say the least.
Syntax is walking C as well with that operator. It might be able to get picked up.
Can't reach it. Nope.
Yeah, his arm's a little bit too short. Oh, he saw his elbow. Oh, I don't think Brody noticed.
No, he hasn't clicked it. But even if he has, he's locked in. Locked out. Now, we thought 13-7 was quite an impressive showing from ESC on the first map, but Bitfix drew them one better, 13-6. On Lotus. That was confident, that was clean. It showed why they've been dominant since the start of this year on this map and make a 10-0 record on their best map to date. Brilliant stuff, and I think it's just illustrated perfectly here, Summer, why Bitfix Gaming have gotten themselves into playoffs.
Yeah, someone needs to figure out Bitfix's Lotus, right? I don't know whether it has to be one of the teams that we're looking for to be like the Enterprise or the Go Next, because they like that map as well. But currently, like you said, it's 10-0. This map has been a shoo-in for the side of Bitfix this entire year. And the fact that, of course, we were talking about the map feature, they ban out Ascent because of previous successes of Bitfix again there. They forced into Lotus, which has been a complete lockout, and a third map to be required for ESC if they want to take this over the line. But Bitfix are threatening that reverse sweep.
They are. It's a very real possibility right now. But again, I think it's more even ground when we enter the third map, so we don't really know if that actually will be the case. But look, it's an interesting endeavor. I mean, we knew this game was going to be close, right? In the game itself, there have been back and forth, but the moment the teams entered onto that second half, things looked smooth, things looked comfortable. We thought ESC might have had a better chance on the attack, as historically they've done a little bit better there, but it was not the case. ESC cleaned up, whether that was with interesting retakes, whether that was creative plays with the Sage Wall. They always had one up on their opponents, and it showed.
Yeah, and especially when you're putting your duelist, Razis, who's been a player that we want to highlight many, many times, onto that Sage, being able to play in that hyper-aggressive position, walling up teammates, being the forefront and the spearhead of this team, realistically, when you're looking at the composition that they're bringing through. But I think when we're looking at that first half, as soon as it switched over, it felt like it was always going to be that lockout from Bitfix Gaming, because you have 3 Sentinels. Even if you're not fighting deep into like the mains, like into Mound, into Rubble, there's always going to be that fallback when you eventually have to retreat back to site. You're going to have so much utility, not only for yourself to deal with, but when you have the doubles up of the Deadlock and the Cypher utility, then when the Sage starts coming through as well, there was so many layers that just unfortunately ESC weren't able to deal with.
Indeed. Exciting stuff in this series, and there's only one map remaining to decide it all. Anything can happen, and I'm looking forward to see what the result will be. But for me to see that happen, we're going to have to wait just a little bit. We'll be back after a short break.
She a thirsty bitch, I'm gonna visit your dreams. You can see you hear it, you know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear you fear. She a thirsty bitch, I'm a thirsty bitch, real thirsty, like a snitch on me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt you hard, you can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk chase me. Better make you starve, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I'll seek you hard, you can chase me. Cause I might be hell, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie, people forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something and I break all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark, but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try, but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Loading, strap with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And I wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man, get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little pedicure, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mixed up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling and rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. Think that they get it by now, then they kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you bump up, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Icon.
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. To the days down memory lane, back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good feeling. Countdown, feel pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
Make a life for myself. 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 Make a life for myself.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Challengers Northeast. Apologies for the issues, but we are back to get going for the third map of this series. Things have been exciting, 1-1 apiece for our final two contenders. And look, I'm getting excited here. ESC no longer in the lead. You've got Bitfix, you've got your opponents doing stellar work. Bitfix here, one-upping them in that score, 13-6. A tremendous result so far.
Yeah, well, talking about tremendous results, that doesn't really matter anymore, right? We're going to this third and final map. We were talking about ESC having the favorite coming into Lotus in regards to the fact that they're already a map up, having an opportunity. But we said at the start, Lotus is the home ground, right, of Bitfix. And the only way we would see possibly an ESC victory is if they could do it here on Icebox.
Ooh, we get to see the Whaley pop in as well. While Bitfix got themselves a very controlling setup with the Viper and the Harbor here. So yeah, different look to what we saw earlier today with the Icebox. Overall, seeing a lot of different ideologies of how this map should be played.
Yeah, I feel like Bitfix, and I love them for this, but are in this like 2023 mindset with both their comps on Lotus with the Triple Sentinel or the lack there of a duelist, right? And then even coming into Icebox, we're having that Viper Harbor, something we saw back in Lock-In, right? Which was something that was massively played there in like that 2023, 2024 time period. So it's nice to see some of these teams rolling back to use, and especially with how often we've seen teams use the deadlock as well so far in this playoff bracket. I'm excited.
I'm very excited. Let's get things rock and rolling, as this could be for all the marbles as we enter yet another game here, the third map of the series. Will it be ESC? Will it be Bitfix? It's CSC on the defense and Bitfix taking on the attack, leaning towards the left currently.
Yeah, and look at how many players are on this B main site. There's 6 players overall, 3 for ESC, 3 for Bitfix. The trap setup could prove deadly.
Indeed, it could. Let's see if they can continue with that streak of form. They've currently been able to trade 2 for 2 as Bitfix Gaming have gotten themselves a little bit of a leeway here. Can they move towards this B site on time before the rotation can come in here from beast mode?
And while all that chaos was happening over towards B main, Link just walked down mid, got an entry kill there, just bringing the advantage in favor. Sure, it's just the one, with an opportunity now as the players are walking out towards B. They're just trying to find anyone, and it was a timing P from CT. Does get traded back out, but that's the final player noted, and you can see Link rotating over now.
You can indeed, but I think it's all a little bit too late for Razis joining this. You can try and get that pickup, but even if Brody didn't get that collection, Link was imminently in that fight, given that he worked through Kitchen. That's going to be an ESC pissed around, getting things going on the right foot on the deciding map.
Yeah, putting the ult orb as well over onto the killjoy of Link. That can be important when you're looking at retakes, especially over towards A, popping that lockdown over towards screens. Just trying to get that one online as early as possible.
And when you look at trends, right, when you look at this map and how those teams have performed on it, I think it's just the fact that you don't really have a record for ESC in this current iteration of the roster, and there's not much to look up on. Well, on the other hand, you know, even though you've had successes beating Zero Tenacity, Pixel Lumina, they've all been close games. And then again, if you're ESC, you could do your research on that.
Yeah, well, you talk about research and whatnot. The only issue is in this round, Bitfix are forced, and they have 2 outlaws, and it's going to be forcing them into a retake because of how quickly this A site has been overwhelmed. It's almost guaranteed a spike plant. Lamelli is going to just secure that as well. But a 5v5 retake, Stingers galore for Bitfix, and 2 outlaws for the retake.
That's dangerous, right? And for ESC, not an easy situation with these types of weaponry. Bitfix bringing something out like sweet and sour usually would when it comes to these second rounds. They're feeling it, and they're so far so good. Beast mode, able to find an opening. The Outlaws doing work, but Quicks can breaking into that position very quickly. Switches to the secondary, still gets it done. Nanoswarm will be his downfall, but Fiku asking to do something desperate here. Paranoia, wondering where your opponents could be. Razis could be there for the collection of the knife kill if it came down to it, but Bitfix quick to bounce back.
Yeah, and it's off a full 5 send it over towards A. There was no early really aggression or presence shown by EST, which meant Bitfix could just walk into sight, right? Especially with the no sightlines being cut off with the Viper's rule or anything like that. They're just using the Harbor's utility to get out, able to get that spike down. And like we said, it's so hard for ESC to retake in a situation where they are equal in numbers, but are disadvantaged by the weaponry not built for those close quarter engagements they would have had to overcome Bitfix gaming in when they were going for that retake.
Early exploration for ESC, and that's a lot of info actually gathered all together. Beast mode wins the 1v1 with us as a sheriff. Sure, Martix has had the weaker of the 2 weapons, but this paints a picture. Bitfix are hitting the A.
And they do have players actually inputted over onto a side, but Cullum's little jiggle there is going to be spotted out by Syntax. Sees the barrel, secures the kill. And sure, numbers are still in favor of ESC, but not for long.
No, for sure. Bitfix are quick to pounce back, but the fact that Razis is low does make things doable. A sheriff shot anywhere on his body could do the work. Still, ESC have found the answers. Wait a minute, and Razis is a player that is low, and he's the only one remaining for Bitfix. Ah, damn. Damn. Okay, well, back-to-back thrifties or back-to-back eco scenarios that allow a team to win it. This time, it's ESC's turn.
Oh, I feel so reminiscent to the first series of the day. And even if you were looking over onto a split, but no. It's back and forth for the first couple of rounds. And now, realistically, because of how these rounds have actually transpired, the money situation is relatively similar, right? Syntax Shaw is going to be down onto that Stinger, and Razis hasn't got the funds to get anything, but he does have that Bladestorm online, which makes him a bit more of a threat coming into this one, and a believable round that we can see Bitfix Gaming have some sort of say in.
Yeah, Raz is playing very aggressively here, trying to do some damage early on. Not going to quite happen there. ESC quick to react to it and drop further back and have 3 players to the defensive. They're going to stick to their guns. Bitfix haven't shown any intent of leaving the premises. Instead, they enter with the first pickup.
It's the Omen off the board, but they do still have Beast Mode's utility over towards it should they need that wall. That Colin was going to be able to go left, right, in between, try and catch any of the Bitfix players off guard, but it is just a freeze at the moment. And with the wall going up in mid, the orb, sorry, there's going to be some question about the mid look.
Damn. Brody keeping things clean, evening the scales when it comes to players involved. But Martix begs to differ. Triples up? No, come on. All right, random stuff like that will completely turn everything in your favor. Bitfix, great chance to waltz in, put the spike down, and sure, Link can do as much damage as he wants, but he's not going to run away with a round win.
Especially since Quicks does have the Hunter's Fury online. You don't expect it to be used, right? It's a 3v1, but there's definitely multiple layers that he would have had to go through, and instead going for that and opting for the save. And it's just off of the back of Martix's lurk through mid, has that Viper's Orb up as players start coming out and aggressing over towards it, off the back of that entry kill, right, that we saw over onto Fiku. And then the follow-up onto Brody in that second sort of phase when they were going to hit it. Martix walks through the smoke, past the Killjoy turret towards mid, and gets 3 in the back line.
And it all was going so well for ESC. Sure, they did lose the first player, but they weren't late to bring things back in their favor. And they had the right amount of defenders to the side. Just didn't work their way around. Weren't accounting for the Martix lurk.
And possibly even a missed bit of utility coming in from Link, that the turret didn't actually hit Martix as he walked through that orb towards mid. It's going to be similarly placed again this time. But over towards Z, there's a Viper's Pit. Razes is up and over.
Here.
Indeed. He's just chilling, getting a bird's eye view of things. And spots out a first player, never mind. Fiku, it was the one to see him first. Rips him out of existence, and ESC poised to get themselves the lead here. Lamely thinks better of crossing through the Viper's Pit like that, and I see why. It just wasn't going to work out in his favor. Instead of dropping back, there's a lot better outcomes. Beast Mode, though, he's surrounded. He can sense there's a lot going around here. Chipping away at the defenses. Bitfix have actually found 2-0.
And especially with Beast Mode so far up, getting those kills into the back line, they're going to be happy to walk away and leave this, because they know that one of the players are going to have to stay connected to this site in the way of Beast Mode's ultimate. Killjoy utility down.
30 seconds left.
Mid's a point of contention.
Mighty quick reaction timing there from Quicks, holding true to his name. And ESC now on the catch-up, looking to see if they can make a 2v3 work. Not looking possible, down in numbers, and especially with Quicks having his Hunter's Fury still. He's had that for a while. It just adds an extra layer of guarantee to the round, walking into a trap where both Lamely and Syntix were holding hands. Nothing looked shaky about this hold for Bitfix as they guarantee themselves the lead.
The only question is, why were the kills from backside, from up in towards Nest over on A, being offered up for Bitfix as a way back into the round, right? Especially after the kill towards mid and also onto Razes, there's overpeaks coming in from the backside of ESC on A, and then it leaves them in a 3v3 situation, losing your Killjoy as well, which means mid is completely open. You have nothing to stop the rotates except putting the life on the line, and they falter.
I think he's going for a bit of an explosive start to this round. Hunter's Fury will deny any of these possibilities as it tags a couple of players. Now, Cullum has found high ground, and the fact that his teammate is distracted Lamely, it's an easy pickup. Can't quite account for the 180-degree turn, though. There's a bit too much to ask for him. So Bitfix will quickly take over the site. Sure, you've got beast mode in the back line. That is a bit of a guarantee, but is it enough?
It will be spotted out as well by that alarm bot soon enough.
Link gets a pick. Beast mode has a vandal. This is doable. Beast mode is laser focused into that corner. Doesn't even try to go for the alarm bot, knowing someone could be lurking nearby. 1v2. Link already got one pick with the sheriff, but I think this is too tough. Tall order. Quicks, quick to pounce, and 4-2 for Bitfix. ESC know how to keep things close though, don't they?
Yeah, even on a round that they should fully be counted out on, whether it's been the investments of ultimates from Bitfix or just the fact that they were on a full sheriff buy, they still find a way to make it competitive and really put the pressure on Bitfix Gaming.
Well, it seems one of the players is suffering a packet loss issue. So we're waiting for that to resolve itself. It usually does, right? It's one of those things that come and go sometimes. Don't know if you've ever experienced packet loss.
Are you at the age where you start losing stuff, Pavlos?
Am I at the age of start losing stuff?
Yeah, you forget where you're losing your packets.
This age right there. I'm at that.
Wow.
Oh man, this is rough times for little Tacti Bunny. Okay, put that knife away. Just chill out, things get better.
A little aggressive, Taxi Bunny, but
yeah,
he looks like he's
holding it. Yeah, he just went to sleep holding it. I think that's it. Yeah, he just went to sleep holding it, forgot he's got it in his hands.
He's protecting his drinks.
Yeah, that's likely it. Yeah, we've had a few issues today.
And yesterday.
Yeah, well, that's the troubles of online esports, isn't it? It's always going to happen. There's always something. Look, ESC, they haven't had the best trend of form. They haven't been able to win much bar the pistol and bonus, but they've got a lot of ultimates now available to them. Cullen finds himself on the operator. I want to see that Waylet go nuts.
On the operator? I reckon we can see like an aggro push somewhere, maybe up onto pipes. I don't know necessarily if we're going to see it with the operator in particular, but you could get like a couple of dashes up over to not only onto pipes, but also onto rafters, and just be like that thorn in the side of the players when they're looking up over towards A. They are doing something aggressive from CS towards A, but no one's going to be home. It's mid that Bitfix Gaming wants to put pressure on.
Already the Hunter Fury doing work onto Martix. It's going to allow ESC to have a bit of a buffer. They need to be focused though, because Razes is trying to break through the center of the map. And it's not only Razes. Look at Syntix going all the way through lane, and now currently in kitchen trying to stop them all from crossing forwards. The timing of it. Somehow ESC get away with that one. And Syntix still is able to surprise someone through the smoke. Who knows how?
But that was a play that he actually had timing against, and I was favoring Brody in that engagement because you're not expecting him to be there that quickly.
Perfect. And having players and nooks and crannies around the site when you've already taken it over fully, it's going to be a hard task for ESC to try and clear out every single one of them, especially when Beast Mode is all by himself. But not for long. He's taken out of his misery. Quicks has been the Green Reaper, visited him. Scythe out. 5-2. Bitfix. That's a bit of streak. That's a red carpet I see beneath, but in a good way.
A red carpet. Enough to cause ESC to use the first timeout. An opportunity to discuss what's been going wrong, because let's just put it in a picture. A lot has been going wrong in the last couple of rounds, right? If you take that as like a zoom out sense of they're losing the full buy rifle rounds, they're able to at least get the pistol rounds close when they're on those full buys or the full sheriffs, but close just isn't good enough at this point. We're in the playoffs, we're in map 3 of this best of 3, and especially after being up on the first, faltering on the second in such a fashion that they did, coming into the third, it's just not a pretty position to be in, and especially when you have some of the utility being missed, possible miscommunications and mistimings constantly going against you. It's going to be a test to see if they can recover into this one. A timeout to figure out what they want to do with the economy and buy into this one as well. And it seems it's full Sheriffs yet again.
Indeed. ESC starting to fall further and further behind. And we came into this thinking that they'd be the favourites. Well, turns out BitFix has got something to say about that. They already did on Motus. Don't count us out. We knew this was going to be close, though. That wasn't an invalid idea, invalid thought. That BitFix put full focus towards this A site. They fancied this side of the map quite a bit. ESC, albeit grouping up, and the waylay push from Cullum. You still feel uncomfortable if you're ESC.
Comfortable is definitely a word you'd use, but at the same time it's the same sort of thing going into BitFix, but used to the Harbor ultimate. Gonna give them a little bit more space to scale up towards this backslide and put Razes in a position where you can put this Outlaw to use.
Indeed, great work. That's probably the weaker out of the lot when it comes to rifles available to the BitFix team, but 2 shots and your opponent is dead quick to find the headshot. And this is disheartening if you're ESC, not able to find entries. There you have it. That's a bit better. That's an improvement. That's given them a chance. You need a rifle, though. Without it, you can't really keep up with these one-tap kills. It is not replicable. Oh, maybe it is! Oh, hang on a second. Syntax is the only player remaining. He's got util available to him if he needs it. He will throw Timmy the turret out to try and keep Beast Mode busy. Damn! 4 kills for ESC made not only BitFix shake, but the entire audience. 6-2 still, though, as the lead grows.
But that was the same exact thing we saw the last time ESC were on the Sheriffs. It comes down to the 1v1s. Off the back of a couple of hero shots from Beast Mode. From the lower to the elevated on the second. Just 4th and final one was a bit too much to ask, but still the pressure has been on BitFix, but they are able to overcome it and get 6 rounds on the board. There's 2 operators now out for ESC. Yeah. So hopefully Cullum can get something going over towards 8, but the issue is this Harbor Wall is getting them up close and personal multiple times in a row, which is stopping them from getting those aggressive peaks.
Ooh, Cullum a little bit too late to the trigger there. Martix. That's a very aggressive Viper's Pit dropped in instantly. That allows the team to have all the space they need. But then again, you lose that front quickly, and your defense might struggle a bit. Lockdown is necessary. You can't do without it at this point. How much is BitFix going to drop away? The answer is everyone is going to leave. The Viper's Pit as well will be cleared. Knowing no one is around, Cullum gets the first pickup. That's an aggressive operator play. Still, FQ unable to do the same. ESC have got side control, but that's because BitFix haven't just peeked them yet. As soon as Quicks does, Toxic Stream does the job to conceal the diffuser in player's position. He can do it from the box on the side. ESC finally are able to perform a successful retake.
And especially a successful retake, they had 2 operators coming into all of site covered. Viper's Pit over towards screens. Harbor utility cutting off any angles from rafters into sites. They weren't able to get an early kill that way. They did it on hard mode, right? They were able to get that lockdown down fine, but as soon as they started to come into sight, Quicks was one off of his Hunter's Drew. As soon as he got the kill, there was, well, precarious situation. Should have that gotten popped, but instead Link for the heroics gets a triple.
Razes having a go with the blades. Cullum has shown himself very capable of the biggest gun in the game, but he's going to have to completely vacate his premises as soon as he's possibly given the chance. Great accurate shot. The blade lands directly between Brody's and Beast Mode's eyes. And instantly, you can tell this round has gone out of control for this defending side. Cullum giving them potentially a way in, but without catching Martix, yeah, that's not going to happen. Well, you have Cult-Matic, so maybe it does happen.
Still, 2 operators for the retake. They do have equal numbers and an opportunity. Toe spotted.
Harbor's ult is coming through, so people have got to be fidgety with their position. ESC winning out most of their fights. Slamming is so close. I don't think they know where he is. I don't think they have any idea. You can see Fiku looking at the long direction. Now he's realized where Lamely is, but he needs to get onto the spike as well. Does get the shooting, and the fact that the spiker was already diffused halfway, he's got comfort for days to get that done. Blimey, ESC are on the bounce back.
Maybe that's what they needed for these retakes over towards it. They just needed 2 operators, and it just suddenly starts working out. Of course, it's down to the shots hit. Fiku gets one to start it off and also the one to close it. And now we are actually starting to close that gap, that lead Bitfix was starting to gather.
Well. Oh dear. Beast Mode getting caught like that is suboptimal, but the double op setup remains. What's going on? Why are there so many isolated fights going on? Either way, Convergent Pass will be used. The attacking players hindered for a little bit, but they will be able to walk in slowly but surely. ESC, yet unclear how much this mid has been pushed, so they still dedicate 2 players to that defense. Cullum is a bit stuck. If he's pushed on, all he can hope for is to trade his life. No ability to escape out either. Spots out legs, doesn't flick accurately. And suddenly Bitfix have got themselves a rough situation, actually, ESC, because Bitfix is just hiding in.
And it was a leg shot onto Quick, so he's going to be softened up for when this shotgun and when for the Phantom start coming into sight. But it's actually the operator that's the important one here.
Syntix, higher ground, 1v1 now. Brody's on the judge. Sprayed out! He didn't need to see much to get that job done. And Bitfix make sure that the winning ways of ESC are put to a halt.
I still don't understand how Lamely was able to walk through mid. I don't know if he used his Cove or something to bypass that alarm bot. It's a little bit of a surprise to Link in that position. Thankfully, does have the turret as that failsafe. Now going into the last round and a half, we have 2 players down onto Sheriffs. Not that I want to count them out at all. When one's chunked down to 30 so early on, you start to question it.
You do. And when you've invested so much into the operators the rounds before, it's not like you've been able to accumulate too much of an economy, so that upon the first round loss, you're down to just 3 rifles out of 5. Last round and a half, ESC would love a 5th one, but Bitfix seem to have been, on the most part, in control.
And they still do have Link's ultimate, the lockdown for them to retake A site or just to be that hard stop towards somewhere. I don't think that ultimate spotted anyone out over towards B, so that's going to be the starting point for Martux and Syntix to start walking.
Well, it's Beast Mode to get the first pickup. That's signs of good things to come if you're ESC. Bitfix unable to cross into sight. They are struggling. That Toxic Scream will fade though, and once that does, that's when the fight will break out. Cullum is low, nearby to the action. But it's Fiku the first to drop on this ESC side.
30 seconds left.
They've made their way onto site. ESC not backing out though. I think they want to pounce before the spike even has a chance to go in, knowing that one player is hindered by dropping the spike into the ground, though the high ground is for Lamely. Doesn't get beast mode in the end. He's so low, but somehow survives. Syntix, Razis, and Lamely. 3 players now with a task to fend off beast mode from defusing. This looks tough. Nigh impossible. You need something inhuman to make this work. And upon the first player to peak, that round comes to an end. A very great start to the game here by Bitfix. It seems they are very much poised to get the reverse sweep going. Will they be able to secure it? We'll be finding out shortly.
One enemy remaining.
Ready.
Bitfix Gaming seem to be on a roll here. That attacking side rather was superb. Now they switch sides on the defensive. 5 rounds required, and this series could be theirs. It's quick stuff from Lamely and Martix, but ESC seem to have won most of those trades. 3v2 now as they approach the B-bomb site.
And especially with Beastman over towards mid, dealing with Singtux's turret, there's always going to be that question mark. Is there someone come through kitchen? Where are the other players coming from? Quick's being spotted out, but also both getting up a kill of themselves.
How are the turntables?
And you can see they are still scared over towards kitchen, but now they can, when that wall goes down, they're going to see there's no spike there. They should know where beast mode is coming from, and it's a double up from these players over towards Snowman. It's going to be hard to dismantle.
Beast mode's just tiptoeing forwards, but now can't be silent longer. Recon broken. 10 bullets. 40 seconds. He's giving himself some space between himself and his opponents, and if he could run towards A now, if he legs it, has a chance, hopes he gets the pick. He does.
30 seconds
Space, time, reload is his. Syntix, far away, makes noise. He's gonna get caught here. He needs to turn around. If he doesn't turn around, he is dead. Syntix is nearby, ready to pounce. Bitfix Gaming with the pistol.
I'm holding area pretty well myself. Make sure.
A further extension to the lead that they had already mounted in the first half. It's a brawl, a complete brawl over towards B main. But like you said, ESC were able to win out the trades, but when it came down to progressing, to scaling up towards B, 2 players drop instantly. Quicks and Syntax in synchronization. Getting theirs. Still comes down to the 1v1, but time not in favor. Beast mode getting caught in the back.
Indeed. Look, ESC just hope for a sheriff round to go their way. They've half invested into this beast mode, getting util on him as well. It's hard, difficult scenario. Not impossible, I'd say as well. Bitfix Gaming has definitely been more resilient to these pistols for the past while. They haven't been susceptible to these upsets.
Especially after getting the early kill onto Brody as well. Sure, they're going to be pushed back towards back site, but the spike still isn't scaling in. Although Vec managed to get over towards CT. Just getting pinged out at least. You can see Quicks being a little bit wary.
Makes things ever simpler, doesn't it? Waiting for the smokes to fade, waves to crash, and Martix's bullets to go crashing down on his opponents' heads. Okay. A chance to get a second one. You can see frustration as well from beast mode, but that already is a 10-4 situation. Double digits for Bitfix Gaming. 3 away from securing the series, carrying on to the upper bracket side.
1 enemy remaining.
And there's a lot to do for ESC right now.
A lot to do, but not many rounds to do it. They are fine margins right now for ESC to work with. 3, in fact. So many opportunities for Bitfix Gaming to extend the lead, and it comes down to the rifle rounds, and it's a spray down from 2 players.
Razis somehow keeps things competitive with a double kill with the Outlaw out of nowhere. That is ridiculous. And he's holding hands with Martix on his effort to rotate back. Beast mode is looking to see if he can save the day here.
Player standing.
Oh, the read is there. Are you kidding me? It's Column. Solo man journey.
So much to do. Minute to work with, a spike to retrieve, but ever so proactive from Bitfix Game, and I believe that should have been heard as well by Syntax. They're definitely going to be hear those stomps.
They know exactly what's going on.
They're grouping up as 3.
They do the wise thing. Cullum doesn't know what's coming. That's the scary part. I wonder what he chooses to do with this. Is this going to be an unorthodox plant? Try to go
30
towards the
seconds
back of
left.
sight? Maybe. If he does it out into the open, the round's already over. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. On the higher ground, his opponents will peek him. He's spotted out ahead. He is focused down on time, but Martix quicker to the trigger and quicker to find the head. 11-4. That was ESC's chance to get around on the board. That was their buy. This inevitably will put Bitfix Gaming on match point.
Player standing.
Oh, it feels like inevitability at this point. A perfect start for Bitfix Gaming to this half. 3-0 leads, extending these to 11-4. A force required from ESC when they don't necessarily have the best weapons to do so. You have Stingers, you have Bulldogs up against an Outlaw. Not up against an Outlaw.
No.
Dealt with.
Gone. Disappeared. ESC. Look, they knew they had to force here. They knew they needed to bring out a Hail Mary. Will it pay dividends? Quicks has found an answer. Has found a reply. I'm just looking to see what ESC still have available for them to drop back. All of Harbor's utility, that's what they have. Maybe they'll wait for the recon. It pops. And that's a quick pickup. Beast mode gets Chu. I don't know how he gets to, but still, he wants to triple down. Lamely to trade. It's close. Beast mode barely standing. Gasping for air. Oh, look at Beast mode closing in the gap as well, touching the spike. Lamely knows something like that. He's cautious of it, taking a wider angle to it. And of course, finds the head as well. The clutch from Lamely. Bitfix Gaming 1 round away of putting ESC into the lower bracket and carrying on their tempo since the start of this tournament.
Oh, it's so awkward. They do the right thing. They go for a double peek towards backside on the solo player towards screens. The only issue is Beast Mode's ran out of bullets just as the peek went through, and also on 10 HP off angle taking up over towards screen. There's no way for Beast Modes to win that comfortably. And again, another round on the board for Bitfix Gaming, and it's 12-4 on the verge of stamping their ticket to face up against Go Next.
The Reckoning is available. Hunter Story straight away utilized here for Bitfix. They don't find any info. That's crucial. ESC are able to avoid it for now, and they're bunching up together for a potential collapse onto Martix.
An opportunity to isolate this player.
Mid push at the same time though, but both fronts are won by Bitfix. A complete rollover. ESC are struggling, and that is putting it lightly. 2v5. How on earth do you break through? And you've even got a tidal wave in front of you. You can peek out if you want. You can try, but there's two players waiting in a high-low. Recon doesn't land. It's a whiff. It's a whiff of the recon. Things are not going right. Things are not going as intended.
There's 3 players holding this.
And it's going to be a simple ordeal. Barely any damage taken in the final round for Bitfix. That's as flawless as it gets in the final round. 13-4 is the score, not dropping a single round since they entered the second half. The reverse sweep is successful, and their continuance in the upper bracket is theirs.
We were questioning if this third map was even going to be required when we were looking at the first map, how dominant we can say it was for ESC.
Oh, yeah.
Switched over onto Lotus, and it's almost as if, like you said, if you can do that, we can do you one better, extending their lead to a 10-0 on that map. And when we get to Icebox, it just felt like a formality at that point.
It did. ESC just weren't at that same level, could not keep up with the same pace. And look, there were moments that, sure, ESC kept things competitive on their ecos, even rounds that, you know, they should be winning anyway. And those, you know, final skirmishes, final clutches made the difference, right? Those rounds added up, stacked up, and inevitably, Bitfix created a massive lead.
And massive leads, close rounds, like you can even see here in some of the eco rounds, they got it down to fine margins, but they just weren't able to get it over the line, and like, it feels like the story of this series. They win out the first map, struggle into the second, into the third. Again, like this, I feel like the scoreline doesn't actually equate to how close some of these rounds were, because they were close until it felt like they swapped over onto the last end of the second half of it just being domination from Bitfix Gaming, whether it's fighting on all four fronts. In like that last round, there was fights going over towards mid, over towards long, and they were winning on every front.
Yeah, well, Quicks will be leading the charts when it comes to the numbers performed, but overall, it was a team effort from Bitfix. I don't think there's any doubt about that. There were moments where any of them popped off, and you know, penultimately, were the game changers in each and every single round. ESC, you could feel beast mode kicking and screaming through that one, giving it his all, in many moments getting multi-frags, but it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. And look, Bitfix Gaming got another upset under the belt. All they've been doing is bringing upsets to the table since the start of this tourney. Smooth sailing through the lower Swiss. Struggle through the main Swiss, but they get through it, and that was already a surprise. And now in the first round of playoffs, disgusting scenes. I'm all for it. We want to see these rookies perform at a high level, and we're already seeing that come to fruition. Now, look, on the other hand, ESC dropped to the lower bracket, and seeing the teams that are there currently, that just makes me scared.
Yeah, and it's not even just about the lower bracket, right? Bitfix are going to be going up against Go Next. It's not an easy match to go into. Like, you're talking about the lower bracket. Yeah, that's dangerous, right? You have Bongs, there's Nasty Pixel Lumina there as well. But I think that also plays into the fact that this entire bracket is scary from start to finish, right? And of course, every team has their opportunity to be that scary team. Like we were looking in this matchup about Bitfix and ESCs. And then going into the Go Next matchup, there is still opportunities for anyone to win, and I think that's why this has been one of the most competitive splits of Northeast so far.
Yeah, for sure. This year has been very competitive overall. I believe we've got an interview with Lamely coming in from Bitfix Gaming, getting themselves a lovely result. Hello to the broadcast, mate. Congrats. What a showing.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, I've got a question for you, right? How on earth were you able to bring your mental back from that first map and completely change the outcome of today's series? So that was ridiculous. How did you do that?
We luckily just played first map as a warm-up scrim. Marlix came home late from work, so I had to cancel our practice. Sorry, STG. Sorry for that. So yeah, honestly, a warm-up scrim.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think fair enough. And talking about warm-ups, I'm just looking at the new addition of Razzies coming into the roster. When we compare like what you were doing in Split 1 to now, you now made it to the playoffs. What kind of addition has Razzies been? Not only on the server, obviously that's so easy to look at how well he's playing, but more onto the vibes of the team, and what kind of additions can we not see that he's having?
Yeah, Razzies has been a great addition. He's very vocal, he says what he wants to do, and that makes it very easy for us. We had Aura before, and we lost Aura to UCAM, that's my boy, but he's doing good now. But we got Razzies in, and yeah, it's been great for us. He comes with a lot of ideas, and yeah, vibes are great.
Did you expect you'd get to the playoffs, let alone get a victory in playoffs already, you know, from the previous performances? Is this something you anticipated? And teams like Team Liquid Academy and Metasport not getting in there at all?
I'm not sure if we expected it, but we know we're good. We kind of play our own style, we have our own identity, and I think we can come far with that. So I think we can beat a lot of teams. So yeah, we're chilling.
I think it's easy to see your identity, and the fact that we're seeing comps from like 2023-24 still work to this day. Talking about Lotus, is there some reason we're running this 3-cent? Admittedly, it's working, right? You're 10-0 on this map this year, but what kind of impact has the deadlock in particular had? Because honestly, I feel Martic has somewhere in his contract that he has to play deadlock on as many maps as possible.
Yeah, no, we suck without deadlock, so thank God it's a character. Coming from Norway as well, might be the Norwegian buff because we're not from Norway as well, so thank God.
I love that, man. Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I won't keep you any longer. I'll let you go rest and enjoy that victory. But again, congrats and thank you for joining us for this interview.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, that was
We've
such
had
a
two
wholesome.
back-to-back interviews. Great interviews. It's brilliant.
Yeah, and it was just so wholesome as well, talking about the addition of Raz's and obviously losing out one of his teammates going over to UCAM, but it's so nice to see that they are gelling well, having a vocal player, and yeah, of course the deadlock as well. I do love that they're using it. I love that agent. It's nice to see them using older comps and being able to have that identity in the current state of Valorant that we do have right now.
Indeed. I love the fact that they also say that they've got a lot to prove. They know they're strong, and I think that's the case for many teams. One of the reasons in this split, in particular, in this region, there are many teams that have that belief that they can go pretty far. When young players, or at least inexperienced players, right? Because you might just be in the tier 2 dundrums, tier 3 dundrums for quite a while, up until your mid-20s. And low 20s, of course, but being able to bring this type of performance, finally getting a chance to show it on the big stream, hoping that one day you can do it on the big stage. This is the goal. They think they can beat many teams. They've proven that, right? It's a belief that many share now, other than themselves, and I hope they can continue onwards. Of course, Go Next is going to be their next test, so that's something they're going to have to be worrying about. But talking about tests, let's have a look at the bracket overall, right? Let's have a look at what has gone on so far the past couple of days. We have completed every single one of the matches of the top 8 quarter-finals. It's Enterprise winning their match against Bonk, Sweet and Sour against Zero Tenacity. Go Next, we saw that today, the cleanest win of them all against Pixelumina, and Bitfix Gaming get the better of ESC in a reverse sweep, as we just mentioned.
Yeah, and I think it's something important to know that is the only game that had concluded in a 2-0 fashion, right? And even when we're looking at some of the 2-1s yesterday, they went on for a while, okay? And so it is nice to see how competitive it is, but definitely looking out for Go Next on how far and how clean they can make this upper bracket run, or if some of the teams have something to say and if they can be popped into the lower bracket.
Yeah, indeed. And talking about that lower bracket side, let's have a look at the matches that will be played as well. Bonk versus Zero Tenacity is a match that has to be played out. Go Next versus Pixelumina, upper bracket match. I got bait a little bit there. And then we're going into another match as well later on as we go. Look, is there any big unexpected things that have happened so far here, Summer? Is there something that caught your eye the most? For me, obviously, Bitfix Gaming is one of them, but is there something else that stood out to you?
I think it was the matchup between Zero Tenacity and Sweet and Sour. I think that was just such a heavily contested one as well. And looking between those two of the ones that are progressing forward, obviously Sweet and Sour are going to be meeting Enterprise. Zero Tenacity, I think, are one of the teams that we're looking to make it further on. Like one of the teams that Go Next we're not necessarily scared of, but at least looking out for, right? So they've definitely given an improvement to what we saw in Split 1. And I don't think this lower bracket is going to be the end of them at all.
No, not at all. So that's it for this weekend, folks. Thank you very much for joining us, and I hope you guys enjoyed the matches. We definitely did. Action-packed all across the board, and it gives us promise to what talent this Challengers Northeast tournament can produce. What this region is all about, what these regions, there's a few of them, North and East, a lot of countries, the most countries, the biggest Challengers League in EMEA, and we're here to see if we can improve and, make amends to our wrongdoings in the first split. Let's see if they can actually get teams in the playoffs, compete against those Turkish teams. We want the crown back. We want to get back. Let's see if they can bring on the performance as things go on. Again, thank you for tuning in, and hope to see you in our next broadcast. Stay tuned to everything that we have involved with our social and everything. You saw them just a moment ago, but we'll be back soon for more. Make sure you're there. We'll see you then.
standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark, but the